and welcome back on. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Ursasaurus Cup number 2. welcome. Good to be back here once again for another week of Open StarCraft. And of course, I'm of course just live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, these amazing people in the chat as well. I just woke up. It's all good. just woke up bright and early here in Australia. But we have our first series. I apologize for the delay. I apologize for the downtime, but we have now started our first series. We are jumping into our first game, and we are jumping into Crimson Court. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the orange Zerg. It is Hu Shang. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the yellow Terran. It is Time Master. So I just attempting to fix up my green screen. It's all good, but welcome back, everyone, welcome back. We, of course, were live last night, or yesterday, with our previous weekly tournaments. We had the Warty TV Monday, we had the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and earlier today, we had the KSRS as well. So just non-stop weekly tournaments, back to back, and now we are here to close it off with the Ursasaurus Cup. Of course, a big shout out to Ursa TV, a big shout out to Stegosaurus as well, for making this a reality, for bringing together the lovely logo. It's amazing, it's beautiful. It's a hairy dinosaur. The bear and the dinosaur coming together as one. And before we dive into things, we're proxy. Let's go. We are going for a proxy 3x here. Time Master is going for a cheese, going for an all-in. Hu Shang back at home, going for what looks to be a pretty safe opener, actually. Going for a hatch pull, going for a delayed gas geyser. Hu Shang is playing it out safe, and despite not really knowing what's going on, and this will work out better for him. Now, as a result, because of the earlier spawning pool, that means earlier queens, earlier lings, earlier spine crawlers. Everything can be slightly earlier here. The downside is later link speed, for example, and later tech, but against something like this, I mean, we need those earlier queens. Like, it's going to be a bit of a safer start from the Zerg player, which is going to favor him in this scenario. We're pulling back the SCVs. Ooh. So typically with a proxy 3x, you would go for mass marine and you'd go for bunkers. You'd have 3 SCVs to throw down bunkers here outside of the expansion and to lay siege upon the natural base. As we can see here, 1 bunker on the way, but usually there'll be more than just one. With only 1 bunker, this position is that much weaker here for Time Master, and I'm a little bit less convinced that this is going to work out. No, this is around! No! The Marines will be surrounded, they get shut down, the SCV as well, and just like that, Hu Shang will shut down the cheese, will shut down the proxy. Not like this. Spine crawlers on the way, queens are in production, lings are moving out across the map, and Time Master is in a lot of trouble, especially because back at home there's nothing to defend. There's a wall is attempted to get up and running, and the lings will knock it down. Marine's going to try and bust through the natural, and the spine crawler is cancelled. Oh, spine crawler is cancelled. Without the spine crawler, these Marines that can actually dive on top of the queen, and the queen is under fire. Drones being pulled away. We should be seeing it back up. We know there's just the one queen. Marines, they do waddle in towards the main base, but 6 roaches. 6 roaches are on the way. With these roaches, we should be okay. We should be fine. We should be able to shut this down. Yeah, Marines are being targeted. Meanwhile, across the map, lings and knocking down that front door, denying so much mining time. Nice control here out of Hu Shang. He does save all of his roaches, does pull away, can morph in Ravagers, of course, as well. And he's moving out across the map. His goal here is to bust into the main to end the game. Once again, a risky maneuver, considering there's nothing at home to defend, but we have another roach in production. A little bit supplyable to Overlords on the way. And again, we're denying so much mining time here, we barely have an economy to sustain ourselves. And here come the roaches. The roaches are on the way. Time Master going in for the second wave, but it's only 6 Marines. Like, barely anything. We'll get the queen, though. Queen goes down. Roach under fire. You know, Hu Shang, no fear, doesn't care. Takes down the SCVs, will knock down the wall. At the same time, Time Master waddling into the main. There are more roaches on the way. Reinforcements are shut down. Time Master down to 8 Marines. And they're falling one after the other. GG gets called, and Hu Shang will take game number 1. GG. Will take the first game. Not the game that I was quite expecting, I'll be honest, but game nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. Hu Shang does take a lead in the series. Again, Time Master had an interesting build, an interesting cheese and proxy to start things off, but again, not the best execution. When you're going for a 3-racks, you're pretty committed, you're pretty all in, and having those extra SCVs to actually get a bunker up and running is pretty crucial to allow that cheese to work. Without those bunkers, those Marines have no sustain. As we saw, the natural base can be quite easily defended without having to deal with that. So GG, well played. Husheng takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn as that second game. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of the bracket, when it comes to the rest of the tournament, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We will have a gander at the bracket after this series. We'll be catching up on all the updates and all the results, on all the matches coming in. We have some returning players. We have some newer faces as well. It's a very large, very stacked bracket. A lot of players to go through. A lot of players, man. A lot of players. I also apologize for the delayed start. We were gunning for one series in particular, but unfortunately there was a walkover. Unfortunately, the players, or one of the players, wasn't able to show up in time. So because of that, we had to find a backup series instead, and we found it. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Husheng. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the yellow Terran player representing clan HFE. It is Time Master. Okay. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in. To have Husheng going hatch first once again. Last game was hatch into pool, and I would not be opposed to another safe opener with a pool before gas geyser, especially considering the kind of cheese that we saw in the last game. We of course know that Time Master is going for a Rax Expand standard opener out of our Terran player, but Husheng, again, playing safe against an otherwise unknown is a wise thing to do at times. We'll see if he does go for it. Husheng is just droning on up. Ooh, this time hatch gas pool. Okay, hatch gas pool, standard opener here from the Zerg player. Not going for anything too safe this time. Feeling, I'm sure, maybe a little bit more confident after the first game. Back at home, Time Master opening up Rax double gas. Ooh, okay. Speaking of standard, this is anything but. Double gas opener out of Time Master typically leads into a faster factory. It leads into one base play. So very aggressive, very committed here. It's going to be a very delayed expansion for Time Master. Tech Lab's on the way. No factory yet. We could see maybe a second Rax, a third Rax, factory to starport into 111. Time Master has options here, and I'm curious if he's going to be rushing to something like Stim. Okay, Concussive Shell is going to be Marauders and Concussive Shell. This, we'll see. So, rushing into Marauders with Concussive Shell, this is a build against Protoss and against Terran. The reason for this is because Marauders, they're not just they're slow, but also other bonus damage to armored units. They can shut down Stalkers quite well, gateway units. They can shut down, say, Cyclones or additional Hellions or mech-based units in TVT. Against Zerg, they're good against Queens, but they're not so good against Lings. This could maybe be the beginning of a one-base all-in with Marauder Hellbat. That would make sense. You can do that off of 2 bases, though, a little bit more cleanly off of 2 bases, and the Overlord already confirms. The Overlord saw the Marauder, saw the Tech Lab on the Rax as well. Husheng is fully aware of what's going on, and he's going to be safe to drone up a little bit, but he does have to respect the fact that this is a one-base all-in. But yeah, so typically Marauder Hellbat... Wait, add-on swap? Okay, tank? Marauder tank? I mean, that's... Oh, Blue Flame? He's cooking, Pappy. let him go. Cyclone? Okay, Cyclone and Blue Flame. Okay, this kind of makes a little bit more sense. Overlord, we're gonna full scout there. Overlord confirms the starport, confirms the Rax, confirms the Tech Lab researching as well. So Husheng sees and confirms that it should be something like either Macville accelerators or this new Cyclone upgrade. Hurricane engines, that's it. Hurricane engines or Blue Flame. But upon seeing the Marauder, Blue Flame would make the most sense. Again, Marauders are weak to Lings, so Hellbat's Marauder makes the most sense when it comes to an all-in, but it's still getting underway, and we have a safety Roach Warren back at home. Husheng again playing very safe, droning up, has a Roach Warren. Cyclone is revealed, and we get eyes on the Tech Lab Banshee, or it should be Banshee play from here. I was gonna say or BC, but the Fusion Core would have already begun by now. So it's a bit of everything. Tank? Okay. And Fusion Core. Fun fact, we're going to be very strapped for cash here. This is very gas intensive. If we're going for Blue Flame plus tanks plus a BC as well, and the reason why I said that I assumed it was going to be Banshee not BC is because you actually can't start the Fusion Core until the starport is done. So usually you usually you have to be on top of that as soon as possible. The last Fusion Core started afterwards. It was a little bit more delayed. It's all slowly coming together here, but no. Basically what we're seeing is that all Hu Shang has to do is just chill, just drone up, make sure he doesn't overreact. He's getting spores in all of his bases. I mean, for all Hu Shang knows, it is going to be Banshee. He didn't confirm the Fusion Core, so he's getting ready for that. More queens all the way, more drones, and Hu Shang should be fine. The downside for what our Terran player is doing, and I understand some of the logic here, like this all can kind of piece together. The downside is that we're stuck on one base. We don't really have the economy to sustain all of this. You can see here, even going for another add-on swap, even though the Fusion Core is done, we don't have a BC on the way. I mean, we can't really afford much at the moment. Going into Cyclone, even though we researched Blue Flame, going into another... oh god, let's look away. let's look away. It's fine, buddy, it's fine. You know, back at home, Hu Shang, double, okay, for a moment there I thought it was double Spire. I was like, wait, what? Spire's on the way. I love the placement of the Spore. This is designed to protect the Spire from BCs, so very cute placement here from Hu Shang. Will keep the Spire safe and sound. We have extra Spores being thrown down as well, so extra safetiness here from Hu Shang. And again, even a ground-based push shouldn't really threaten him too much, just because he can reactively make those roaches, and there's plenty of queens to buy time. Are going to be amassing. From here, Hu Shang can now take a fourth base. There we go, fourth is on the way. Creep is spreading quite nicely. With the Spire, he can go into Mutas or Corruptor. They both have their place here. I mean, Corruptors wouldn't be as ideal. I mean, in his mind, he's assuming that there are going to be BCs or Banshees because of the Tech Lab. But little does he know that we didn't make anything. He's crazy. Going for the reactor instead, going for Vikings. And I'm curious what Hu Shang does embrace. Corruptor or Muta? What's it going to be? Hu Shang is supply blocks, but is going to be scouting things. Again, he's trying to get a read on what's going on. Finally, does confirm the expansion, does get eyes on the Cyclone, Marauder, Hellion, Viking, the amalgamation that is this army. Corruptors are going to be on the way. And on the one hand, Corruptors aren't going to be as valuable. They can hunt down the Vikings, true, and they can Caustic spray down buildings, so they do have, you know, another purpose available to them. Oh, the SCV's trapped. Hopefully we can free him later, hopefully. What bio upgrades? No. I mean, a shout out to Time Master, and I appreciate that he's here in the first round, but we're a little bit all over the place. We have like a mech setup, but we're also going into bio upgrades, so we're of two minds here, and we can't afford everything. This is the problem right now. So we don't have the money, Pat. Don't have the money. Time Master needs a financial advisor. We can't quite afford this, because by the time Hu Shang moves out, like, the army's gonna be subpar, but it's fine. As Time Master's breaking out, upon seeing all the Corruptors, he does throw down a ring of turrets here to protect the natural base. Hu Shang back at home, just droning up, getting his fourth up and running as well, getting up to 3 base economy. From here, honestly, Hu Shang can drone up to 80. Can drone up to 80 at this point. I mean, I was gonna say, has the freedom to drone up and max out, but because of how unorthodox his opponent's playing, it can be quite easy to be caught off guard. Like, technically, if Hu Shang over drones and if Time Master moves out, then Hu Shang could just die. Straight up, like he could just be caught off guard with his pants down. So that is a possibility, so he's playing it out safely here. Building up his Ling Roach Ravager. Bathing on the way. We see Time Master attempting to expand, attempting to take a third base. And we'll see if he can get this up and running, as we do see Corruptors coming in from behind. Going for the CC. Oof. And they will focus it down. At the same time, the main army does hit the third. and should deny it. First Liberator goes down, second Liberator as well. I mean, breaking this position is not going to be as easy. There are tanks here sieged up in the back line. Hushang has to back off, but he did kill the command center. Brought down the natural. And from here, can reinforce, can shut down the cyclones, the tanks, and everything else. And sure, there are some tanks in the back line, but alas, Hushang has just out-traded and taken down most of the main army. There's only a handful of units left. And even though Hushang cannot push into the natural, has done more than enough. And now can back off, remax, rebuild, settle into more lings. Ravagers pushing forward, they take down the first tank. And GG gets called. It's just a little bit too much to handle, and Hushang will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Hushang will take the series, will advance on into the next round. Congratulations, my condolences to Time Master. What I will say is that the initial build in game 1 wasn't too bad whatsoever. Time Master going for a proxy 3x Marine, outside of not having the extra SCVs for bunkers, like, I mean, it was a pretty, it was a build for the most part. Like, it's what we even see at some of the higher levels of play. Unfortunately, game number 2 did show maybe some of the inexperience of Time Master, but I would love to believe that, especially if he's a little bit more active in the online tournament scene, can refine himself over time. We're just a little bit, it felt like a little bit scatterbrained, like a little bit just investing in too many directions instead of hyper-fixating and focusing in a singular direction instead. Because of that, Time Master, I mean, he was investing in BCs that never came to fruition, into Concussive Shell, into Blue Flame that never came into fruition as well, into 1-1 Bio after a Mech Star. Like, it was just a little bit all over the place. But with a bit of direction, I'm sure can improve. And yeah, look forward to maybe seeing him later on in the future. But for now, congratulations, Hushang will advance on, and the question becomes, who will he face off against in the next round? Let's find out. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is massive, the bracket is slowly being updated, and we have some updates. Let us go. Here we go. We have some updates. We have, oh god, a lot to go through, and let's start from the top here. We have Altair going up against Bjorn in the first round. Winner goes up against Eon. That was the first series that we were looking at, Eon versus Ryojin. That is Eon, the Costa Rican Zerg player, Ryojin, the Bolivian Zerg player, and I was excited to see them those two face off. Unfortunately, alas, Ryojin was unable to show up in time, so Eon gets a walkover win. Eon is waiting for the winner of the second round. So Eon is in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Maples versus JMAC. They're currently facing off mid-series. Scrolling down, we have UD Soldier. We have Mudkip Master getting a walkover over Young Yakov. That's a little bit unfortunate. I was looking forward to seeing the winner of this series up against Young Yakov. We have up next Hushang versus Inexorable. Now we have some GMs, some heavy hitters facing off against each other here in the second round. Inexorable, of course, he is the Brazilian Terran player. He's an up-and-comer. He's been improving so much over a short period of time, and I would even favor him. I would even favor him in this series. So best of luck. Best of luck to Hushang. Best of luck in the round of 32. Quickly setting things up. Scrolling down, we have Epic. Epic just took down Medic Jr. 2-0, very fast series. Epic is waiting for the winner of Mute and Veritate. Again, Epic is, I would say, I would favor him there in those matches, but best of luck to Mute and Veritate for the winner to go up against Epic. Scrolling down, we have Geralt, we have Neuro, we have Vindicta, Foxer, Estrella, Xingming, Nikic, Pig, Atecario taking down patches as well. Let's go. We have a lot of matches, a lot of players, a lot of matches currently underway. We're going to focus on the upper half of the bracket. We'll focus on this portion, you know, from Inexorable into Hushang, into Mudkip Master, into maybe Epic or Mute, and then we might find ourselves in the lower half of the bracket later on in the broadcast. No, that is the current plan. So yeah, we have our next series. Vetoes are underway. It is going to be a ZVT. Zurich versus Terran. And I'll make sure to have predictions open. Predictions, they should be open for the next series, for the next round of 3. Or best of 3 even. kudos to Time Master for having the guts to put themselves out there. 100%, 100%. I always say that. I always do champion more amateur players signing up for these tournaments. Again, you know, don't be afraid to like sign up for open tournaments like this to play against some bigger names, some bigger GMs as well. It can also help you improve. It can help you, especially if you're like in a mirror matchup. Like I always found value in that, because then suddenly you have a replay of a pro player playing the same race in that mirror matchup as well. So you can study it, you can learn from it, you can learn, you can kind of use it to find out your own mistakes, find your own weaknesses, and improve as a player. Or even just have some fun and try to cheese out a pro player as well, which, I mean, you know, we've seen Zest cannon rushed, we've seen Maru cannon rushed to death. It happens, it happens. It's crazy. Does happen from time to time. I mean, even last night we casted, who did we cast? Rex versus Lidka, where Lidka was more of an amateur player and took Rex to the ace match and almost 2-1'd him. It was crazy. With Sky Toss. Was insane. Here we go. Looks like we have our lobby. We have our initial map, and we are jumping into game number 1. Looks like game 1 is going to be in Crimson Court. Game 2 on Alcyone. Game 3 on Post Youth. Catching up. Turtle Fire, let's go. Oh no, not like this, not like this. Maru, is that you? Yes, the Turtle Fire. I mean, well, shout out to all the other casters out there as well, especially all the other language casters. We have Rocklets casting in Brazilian, we have Enki casting in Spanish. Rocklets is going to be joining us here, which makes sense. He's here for his boy. Oh, what's the Ursasaurus Cup? Ursasaurus Cup about? Oh, as was being stated earlier, it's a bit of a combination, a collaboration between two big sponsors, between Stegosaurus and Ursa TV, coming together, of course, to bring you the Ursasaurus Cup. It is an open tournament. It is, in a way, a replacement ESL America's Cup. Is a replacement ESL America's Cup, and yeah, open to all regions, open to all leagues as well. And we are jumping into our second series of the night. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going, as predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on into the round of 16. Best of luck. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Crimson Court, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing himself, representing Shang. It is Shang. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. Let's go. We have our ZVT and Hushang. He was able to warm up in that previous series, but now up against one of the bigger names in the brackets. And we'll see how he compares. Again, Hushang is a player that I actually have never casted before. Today's the first day. I'm familiar with Hushang. Back in the day, many years ago, he used to make YouTube videos and tutorials. When it came to builds, when it came to certain matchups as well, was a more active content creator. Then he took a break. Took a bit of a step back, and recently has returned once again. So always excited to see Hushang, and always excited to see, I mean, I'm now excited to cast him for the first time. I'm curious how he compares to Inexorable. Again, a rising star, an up and comer. Inexorable is a bit of a younger player. He has been improving a lot over the past couple of years, breaking into the GM scene, and of course getting a lot of personal training and practice with players like Vindicta, with players like Future, with the other NA Terran boys. Has been looking better and better as the weeks go by. I would currently say, would he be top 2 Terran in Brazil? Would I rate Inexorable over Yan? I have a hard time. I have a hard time placing that. I need to see more of Yan. I need to see more of Yan and more of Inexorable. At least top 3. Top 3 Terran in Brazil. Alongside Yan and alongside Kalazar, of course. So the SCV Scout gets across the map. Just confirming the hatch gas pool. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Nothing too crazy. You see Hushang mining through those mineral patches, looking to expand and take the linear third. That is one of the big features of Crimson Court, of course, is how defendable and how secure and how isolated this third base is. And it goes both ways. Oh, the drone! Oh no! One worker goes down! A bit of a slip up here from Hushang. That should not have happened. One worker already going to be falling. A strong start for Inexorable. And again, the dance continues here. Getting one drone, going for the Lings. Potentially another drone as well. So far, the Reaper being zoned away. Queen has arrived. Oh no! We overextend! Yeah, big overextension, and just like that, suddenly it's an okay trade here. Hushang, he may have lost the drone, but he does shut down an SCV, the scouting SCV, and the Reaper as well. So big overextension from Inexorable, and behind this, it was a fake out. He was mining the patches here to make it look like he was expanding, when really, he's doing anything but. That is a Roach Warren. Hushang going for a Roach Rush, again, just faking out a third base. And Inexorable is now in a bit of trouble. Behind this, he's setting up for a 3cc 2-on-1. Oh, 3cc 2-on-1, a very economic build here from Inexorable. It doesn't really get going until the mid game. Because of that, the Master Roach is going to snowball out of control. There's nothing to defend. There's going to be Hellions and Marines. There's no Cyclones. There's no Banshee. There's nothing else behind this. Inexorable is in trouble. The Roaches are amassing. Hushang now still mining towards that location. The Roaches are pushing, and thankfully Inexorable will scout this in the middle of the map. He will confirm. He does get eyes on the Roaches, but it may not matter. Oof. The first Hellion does fall back at home. What do we have to defend? We need bunkers. Bunkers are all the way in the low ground. I don't know if we can actually defend the low ground, but at the same time, there's no room for a bunker on the high ground either. Double bunker on the way. Hellions are racing back. Hushang behind this is droning. I do think that he could be flooding Lings behind this instead to just commit to the all-in. Regardless, damage is going to be done. The bunkers are revealed. Hushang, he will zone this away. He has control of the low ground. Pushing up the ramp. There's one Cyclone in production. Oh, the main base SimCity is a little bit messy. The depot is going to go down. Poison being pulled, but the Cyclone's going to be exposed. The Cyclone does pop out. The Marines fall, SCVs. And if that Cyclone falls, I mean, that's all that we have left. He wants it. He wants the Cyclone. He gets it. One more volley. GG gets called. And Hushang will take game number 1. GG. A very cheeky build here from the Zerg player. Again, Hushang, he was faking out a third base. He had sniped the Reaper. More importantly, because the Reaper went down, no scout. There was no follow-up scout available for the Terran player. With the Reaper falling, there's no way to check the main base. And it wasn't just that, but also, unfortunately for Inexorable, he was going for a bit of a greedy follow-up, going for 3cc 2-on-1. That means delayed factory production. That means delayed Banshee production as well. He had the bare minimum to defend, and alas, it just was not enough. Was not enough. He threw down bunkers on the low ground as well, which is too little too late. Defending the low ground just was not going to be possible in that kind of scenario. And now Inexorable is up against the wall. Inexorable is up against the wall. And we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can bounce back here in game number 2. The pressure is on. Ah. Oh no. Hushang, he's challenging the caster. He's challenging Rocklets. Oh, no. Keep Rocklets safe. As we get into the second game, we're going to be loading into a much more standard map this time. We're going to be loading into Alkiane. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Clan Shang. It is Hu Shang. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. Go. So Inexorable called out. I'm sure here in game 2 he's going to be a lot more attentive, or a lot more, attentive to his Reaper, a lot more attentive to scouting, to make sure he does not get caught off guard, to make sure he doesn't get cheesed out. we gotta hold on to the Reaper map. We gotta save it. Let's look after our boys. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Likewise, what I should also emphasize as well, even if the Reaper does go down, it is a little bit harder to scout, or I should say harder to hide an all-in here on Alkiane, just because it's easier to scout the third. Easier to confirm whether or not there is macro going on, as opposed to Crimson Court, where the third base can be hidden because of that mineral wall. So again, that kind of all-in, that kind of build, it hits that much harder on Crimson Court because of that feature. As the SCV Scout is moving out, Inexorable going for a Rax Expand, standard opener from the Terran. Likewise, Hu Shang going Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool opener. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. SCV Scout will get eyes on the would-be third base drone. And the workers do fight each other, actually. SCV getting quite low. We'll have to get out of here. This time the SCV will survive. Thankfully, it does live. Hu Shang will go for the third, and it looks like Hu Shang should be able to expand. Yeah, the Reaper moves out. The drone is kept safe. Hu Shang mining through the mineral wall. Going for the gold? Okay, he's coming back. Does come back. Reaper dancing with the Lings. Will rotate around, and will confirm there is a third base this time. So it looks like a more standard build here by Hu Shang, and Inexorable at least confirms that. At least confirms that there is a third, which should mean that there is not a Roach War. So already a better start here for Inexorable. Has the information he needs, and back at home, Inexorable is going 3cc 211. Okay. This is the same build that Inexorable was attempting to go for in the last game and was denied it. Meanwhile, that is another fast Roach Warren here by Hu Shang, but this time it's a part of the wall, and this time Inexorable, he sees everything.
You've built a fancier command center.
He does see, does confirm. Inexorable is aware. And this means that we should be seeing earlier bunkers. Earlier SimCity, earlier setup here defensively at the natural base. Now again, this Roach one, it's not as early as it was last game, but there could still be a bit of a 9 Roach move out. See if Inexorable can keep up. But now just gaining map control. Lair is on the way. And the Hellions will go for the dive. They go for the main. Oh, even the natural mineral line. 2 drones go down, but only 2 workers. Not the best dive here from Inexorable. But he does confirm saturation. That might just be what he was hoping for. To just confirm that Hu Shang is droning. And he is. He's droning up, getting a lair. Working towards Roach speed, I imagine. Oh, and it looks like we do have some mouse issues. All good. Thankfully, these issues are happening after the fight, after the harass. There's no big engagement going on. So we can take a moment here to breathe, to fix our peripherals. Oh, oh no, the doggo. Not like this.
Game resumed.
The Doggo, clearly a Terran player. True, true. A Stormgate enjoyer. Working for Inexorable. Thankfully has been fixed for now. Behind this Inexorable, just setting up with 2 bases. Throwing down a third Rax, going for a 3-1-1. Third CC is about to be landed, or about to be lifted and landed on location as well. And there's that safety bunker that we spoke of. The bunker this time is done on the low ground. Plenty of Marines to work with. Scan reveals, ooh, lack of saturation at the third. Okay, there we go. Reveals that we are in fact droning up and saturating the third base. And then Inexorable's moving out with his double drop. As he moves out, he should be expanding. Shang was able to get a full scout of the main, is fully aware of the build of choice. Back at home, setting up his queen, setting up his roaches. So far, Shang, he is keeping up. Doesn't want to overextend. Gets a marine, gets 2. Respreads that creep. And Hushang's just being more defensive, taking a 4th base. Interesting that he expanded towards the left-hand side. This expansion going to be a little bit more exposed. See if Inexorable can get on top of it. Is deflected, is denied. Third base now being landed, 1-1 on the way. We're headed towards a bit of a longer game stage. Now, when it comes to this setup here, Alcyone, this map is known for its 8 Raxes, known for its 3 base all-ins from the side of Terran. We're not there yet. We're still only on 5 Raxes, but we can build up and throw down 3 more. If we do not take extra gases at the third, if we do not throw down a 4th CC, then this could just be an all-in from Inexorable. Before that does occur, Hushang being active, is still droning up behind. This is not committed. He's just poking up the ramp, gets eyes on the third base, gets an SCV, but shouldn't commit. Oh, gets 2 Deepers as well, not bad. Oh! Does have to pull back. No Ravagers. Has to respect the tank. Shang will pull away. Ravagers out in production. Link starting behind this. Link speed just now beginning. Without Link speed, these reinforcements are going to take a little bit longer to get across the map. Liu Shang is on a 3-base economy, and he wants those tanks. Can he get them? So far, Inexorable keeping up. Tempted to stim. Tanks are repositioning. Ravager is going to go down. Nice pickup. Gets 1. Gets 2. 2 Ravagers go down. The Slowlings have arrived. And they will zone back the army. Hushang behind this, still not droning, still not saturating his 4th. Hushang is still committed on Ling Roach Ravager. Still committed. As time goes on, there's a higher and higher tank count. It's going to be that much more difficult to break. No bunkers. Still just bio tank. But nice spread. And Hushang, he pulls trigger. Hushang is maxed out. He is maxed out. He's kiting here from Inexorable. 1 tank goes down, but the others, they do so much damage to the back line. Yeah, the left-hand flank crumbles, and Inexorable, he shuts this down. He completely shuts this down. Pushing into a pre-spread army with 4 tanks. Not like this. Inexorable is now snowballing out of control. The supplies, they look similar, but the suit does lie. Roach Ravager is inflated army supply that just does not scale well. Hushang gets punished, and Hushang is still not droning. Hushang is still all in. And the skin reveals it. Inexorable, he sees lack of saturation, and this tells Inexorable he doesn't have to move out. He can just chill. Calm down for a moment. There we go. 4th CC now on the way. And Hushang, he has to retreat, and he now drones. He made 11 workers. Droning is one thing, but tech is another. There it is. We have the infestation, but we have the Hydra Den on the way. Hushang's next step should be to head towards Hydra Lurker Viper, but it is so far away. To get to Hive Tech, into Hydras, Lurkers, Lurker upgrades, Viper Tech as well. Skin reveals that Hushang has now droned. Now's the time to move out. Zorble is pushing. Hushang's going to be in a lot of trouble. A way to kind of supplement and a way to support this army in this kind of game state would be infestors. If the infestation was done, we could make some safety infestors. 1, 2, 3 fungal growths could slow this army down and buy time, but for now it's just Roach Ravager. Files, they do not connect. Well, one of them does. But the tanks I don't even need to siege. Army just stimps on in. Decent piles on the Metamax. Decent piles. Zorble does take them to the face, but the tanks they now siege up. Oof, one tank goes down. Shang is up against the wall. Zorble still rallying across the map. Liberators have arrived. He has freedom. The freedom is here. While they take down the Metamac and one of the Liberators, but not the other. And Zorble, he just has too much. He's snowballing out of control. He's breaking through the front lines, breaking through the main army. Gets on top of the expansion, and Hushang just doesn't really have much left. Just a handful of roaches, one Ravager. GG gets called, and Inexorable ties up the series at 1-1. GG. Inexorable finally able to get into his own game state, able to survive the early game, get into the mid game. And again, Hushang went for a very dedicated play. If you remember, he was on a 3-base economy with 66 drones, and he maxed out on Ling Roach Ravager. Unfortunately, he was pushing into a very well set up Inexorable. I was concerned by the lack of bunkers, but he had a nice spread of tanks, a nice spread of marines, a nice spread of bio. He had the high ground as well. Like, Inexorable was in a beautiful position, and he was ready to receive. Ready to receive that army. Hushang just could not break that. And with that, we're now going into the ace match. And the question becomes, do we see something different here? Do we see more of a back and forth? Do we see some macro out of both players, not just one? We've seen a lot of all-ins here out of Hushang, both in game 1 and in game 2. But we'll see what happens here in game number 3. Let's go. "19 roaches still in production." There were still roaches in production. I think I want to say that the fight happened. Did it happen before Link Speed, or maybe Link Speed kicked in just in time as well? But even with all those roaches, I'm not so certain that Hushang could have broken that position. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into the ace match, getting into game number 3. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Being forced into the ace match, can he bring it back? It is Hushang. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And we are loading into a map that is often vetoed in best of 3s. So I'm a little bit surprised that we have found ourselves here. The reason for this is because it is a very wide open map, so it can sometimes be difficult for a Terran player to move out, especially in the mid game, in a longer game state. Different story, but it can be difficult to be active. Likewise, there are goal bases as well that players can take advantage of, both hybrid bases in the main and also the goal bases just outside. I'm curious how Inexorable will approach this. Likewise, we've seen nothing but roach play out of Hushang. Will that continue as well, or do we get to see for the first time some Ling Bane? What is it going to be? But now, hatch, gas, pull. Standard opener here from our Zerg so far. Likewise, Inexorable going CC first. Now, this is something you can pull off on this map. This is a very greedy build from the Terran player, going CC first into a 2-1-1. Very greedy, gasless essentially. That's how you can afford all this. No gases have been taken for now, just now being taken after all the production and the command center. But again, you can be greedy because of how safe your natural is. Your natural is in your main, so there's only one ramp, one small choke point leading into 2 bases, so you can cut corners. This is another, of course, big feature of Post Youth. So Inexorable able to cut some corners. Inexorable also no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout either. Inexorable being as greedy as possible. Has no idea what's going on, doesn't care what's going on. Meanwhile, the Overlord Scout from Hushang will get eyes on both Raxes, is now aware of the 2-1-1. And again, I'm curious if he goes for the Roach defense. Like, he's been playing Roaches all series. Does that continue? As the Overlord is going to be hunted down, will supply block Hushang, so a strong moment already here for Inexorable. He does fully wall off. Things are moving out, but the wall is up and running. The wall, we have the Marines. Behind this, Inexorable going for the factory, into a starport, into an add-on sword with a reactor, and a double medevac drop. So again, 2-1-1 here from the Terran. And because this time we are investing into Link Speed, I imagine this time it is going to be Link Pain. I'm saying this because in the previous games, Link Speed was delayed quite heavily in favor of an earlier Roach Warren and Roach production. I say that Hushang did pull back into gas earlier. I'm curious if you can afford to do that just because of the hybrid base. So the gold minerals are coming into play. There's natural now soon to be taken. Scan reveals lack of gases. An interesting scan from Inexorable. Was hoping to maybe find a Roach Warren or a Lair. Didn't find anything. Back at home, still building up. There's the add-on swap into medevacs, and Hushang is in fact going for the faster lair. So this now makes sense. This is why Hushang pulled back into gas as quickly as he did, and now we're going for a very fast second, third, and fourth gas. This looks like Muta play. This is crazy. Hushang, he scouted the 2-on-1, and we have seen 2-on-1s just completely shut down 2-base Muta, which I'm assuming is what's happening. We do have a Bailey Nest on the way, but no Evo Chambers. Maybe it's a rush into Hydras, but if it is a Spire, I am concerned here for the Zerg. As here comes the Mass Marine. And, oh, Hushang is still droning. I think this is a bit of a misread. I think Hushang, he's not fully aware of what is coming his way. Again, he saw both Raxes, he saw everything he needed to. The 2-on-1 does signify a 16 Marine double medevac move out like this. It is the Spire! Oh, okay. Okay. It is going to be the Spire. The army sims on in. The Queens are exposed, and the game may just end here and now. As Inexorable, he gets into the mineral line. Lings are going down. Drones are going down. Queens are going down. Everything's going down, Pappy. And Inexorable cannot be stopped. He cannot be stopped. The Queens do fall. And that's everything. GG gets called. Inexorable take the series 2-1 and advance on into the next round. GG. My Zerg heart bleeds a little bit. I've seen this game state before. I'm always reminded of Miyamika versus Seether. It was Miyamika versus Seether. Ooh, what was it, like 2-3 years ago at this point? It was on, oh god, it was on a short rush distance by air. It wasn't Moondance. Not Moondance. But there was a small map in recent years. I'm talking like maybe 3 years ago. Short rush distance by air, and a similar game state where Miyamika went for, blindly though. The difference is that Miyamika blindly went for 2-base Muta, and Seether opened up 2-1-1, and Seether just won the game with a double medevac drop. The difference here is that Hushang did scout, so I have to put a little bit more onus on Hushang here because he did scout both Raxes. He did, for the most part, confirm the 2-on-1, so it was very greedy of him to open up the way that he did, to delay the Evo Chambers, to rush into a Spire, to take those gases, to be on minimal Queens and minimal Lings. It did feel like a bit of a misread. Yeah. Speaking of, Hushang is confirming in the chat, in-game chat, that he did misread. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That Hushang did unfortunately assume it was something different going on and was punished. GG. Congratulations, Inexorable will take the series and will advance on into the next round. Let's go. Here we go. And let's have a look at that bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look yourselves. Oh my, we have a lot of updates. we have a lot going on. We have a lot going on here. Okay, from the top, we do have Björn versus Eon here in the third round. They're facing off in a TVZ. Best of luck to Eon, best of luck to Björn. Scoring down, we have Maples waiting for the winner of a wide variety of players as well. Yeah, Maples, he has some time to wait. Has a lot of time to wait, a lot of downtime here. Scrolling down, we have Inexorable advancing on to face off against Mudkip Master. Mudkip Master in the third round. I'm unfamiliar with Mudkip Master. I was looking forward to Young Yakov. Young Yakov versus Inexorable. Alas, they did not quite face off. Young Yakov was unavailable, so there's a walkover. Scrolling down, we have Epic. We have Epic versus Mute, currently mid-series. Do I favor Epic? I think it's going to be close. It's going to be a TVP. Epic, of course, the American Terran. Mute, the Peruvian Protoss, are facing off. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. We have Geralt up against Ire. Took him down 2-0. Geralt now up against Luis? Lulis. Okay, I'm unfamiliar with him, but he took down Nero 2-0. Not bad. Not bad at all. But Geralt's going to be favored in that series. Scoring down, we have Vindicta waiting for the winner of Foxtrot and J Money. We have Estrella versus Xing Ming in a PvP. We have Nikic waiting for either Pig or Atecario as well. So all the first round has concluded, and most of the second round has wrapped up as well. Most of it. So the bracket is still massive, still getting underway, and yeah, we're getting ready for our own series as well. I'm getting ready to be introduced to Mudkip Master. You know what this tells me? He's a Gen 3 enjoyer. I'm shaking my head. I mean, Gen 3 wasn't bad, but Gen 2 will always have a place in my heart. Always, Pappy, always. That was I think my first video game as a kid was getting a Game Boy Color and getting Pokemon Silver back in the day. Pokemon Silver. Fun fact, I actually played Pokemon Yellow before that, but I didn't own it. It was like I think like a family member, a cousin owned Pokemon Yellow, so I played that beforehand. Yeah, Pokemon Silver, that was my first. I wore it out to the point that I still own the cartridge, but for those that remember, especially for some of those more intense games on the Game Boy, I played it so much that it burned out the ability to save. Like you just can't save anymore. Like apparently it was like a common problem back in the day. It would just like burn out on you, and it just cannot hold memory anymore. So it's like, oh, so I lost my save. Feels bad, man. Do still have it. Meanwhile, shout out to 47ness in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. The eternal battery. Yeah, the eternal battery died on me. But shout out to 47ness. Thank you so much for the 5-month sub. Gracias, papi, gracias. Gah. Thank you so much for subscribing. Do appreciate the support with Twitch Prime. Do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the content. And we, of course, are getting ready for our next series as well. We're getting there. Alright, getting there. Hello, Keys in the chat. Doom as well. Heisenberg, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Iron Ring, Tater Tutor, welcome. I enjoyed Gen 3, both Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald. Though I was a Ruby enjoyer. I had Ruby back in the day. I had Ruby, and I did get Leaf Green, but I didn't play much of it. Didn't play as much of it, I should say. Blue, red, and yellow all the way. For sure. Fun fact, I haven't played Pokemon in a very long time, but I did end up, at the time, I did end up getting I got a 3DS just to play, God, what was the new one? Pokemon Sun, right? I think it was Pokemon Sun and Moon in most recent years. It was meant to be like a little bit nostalgic, or it was meant to be a bit of a throwback to, the original generations. And I was like, oh yeah, you know what? Piqued my interest. It was fun. I haven't touched Pokemon since, but it's fine. It's fine. Regardless, we're jumping into our next series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the yellow Terran player from land of Brazil, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, I believe from the Americas, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is Mudkip Master. Is Inexorable a Trico? Is he ready? No, the other one. Is he a Trico or is he a Torchic? Is he ready to get wet? Oh god. Oh no. Not like this. How do we never make any Pokemon jokes when Wayne was Rattata? We actually never did. The farthest we went was just saying when he would turn into Raticate. I think that's all we did. Estevania. But now we're settling it. I remember when Pokemon Yellow came and I was wild. What was Pokemon follow you? It was crazy, man. It was crazy. As we do see, Inexorable going double gas opener into a factory. Meanwhile, Mudkip Master back at home, just going for a gate expand into Cybercore. If you're in the chat, my apologies, but predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Squirtle all over. Oh no. Not like this. One of my first games was Space Invaders. Space Invaders. I played Space Invaders on the PS1. On the PS1 back in the day. I guess not the original Space Invaders. I remember it was hype on the PS1. Crazy. Yo, did anyone play Space Impact? Does anyone know what that is? Back on the old Nokia phones? Yo. That was it. It was Snake and Space Impact. That's where the real gamers were at. Ay. The old Nokia brick phones. Those are the days. Kappa. As we're getting into our game. Mudkip going for a Stargate opener, going to Phoenixes. Going to be Phoenix Space opener here out of Mudkip. And with this, his goal, of course, is to gain map control to shut down the initial aggression here. And Inexorable going for a reactor to Reaper Hellion. And with this army, his goal is to get into the mineral line. Bust into the mineral line, bust up these workers as well. And Mudkip Master has no SimCity. No SimCity. With that, we can avoid the Stalker. Actually going for the Stalker kill instead. Stalker gets shut down. Adept as well. Shield batteries on the way. Once Adept falls, we're going for the probes. And the probes are exposed. The boys are being pulled into Hellion fire. Not like this. No. They're getting roasted. And we're going to chase as well. There is no wall. There are no units. Just the one Phoenix. And Inexorably snowballing out of control, getting so much damage already. It's becoming too much. Boys are being pulled. 11 workers going down. 13. 14. And count. Oh, the volley! No! The volley! Calm down. 22. 24. 25. Stop him. Someone stop this man. GG gets pulled. And Inexorable will take game number 1. Ooh. GG. Inexorable was just too Trico for Mudkip to handle. What do you... I never fully understood why grass was stronger than water in Pokemon. I guess the idea question mark is because water helps grass grow, right? Like it like flourishes the plants, maybe. So they like being wet. So it's less so that the tree hits the frog, but the tree likes the frog. I don't know. I guess, question mark. It's fine. With that, GG, well played. Inexorable does take the first game. Unfortunately, just a really rough start for Mudkip. Unfortunately, had no SimCity on the low ground to wall off and to defend against the aggression of the Reaper Hellion. Likewise, did open up Stargate, which means even less things on the ground because we're investing into Phoenixes, of course, and Phoenixes, they can lift up a Hellion or a Reaper at a time, and they can't do much else. As a result, when you're going for a Phoenix base opener, you are vulnerable to builds like this, which is also why you do have to be careful. You do have to try to wall up and be safe and secure against these kind of openers. Unfortunately, Mudkip Master was unable to. Now we're getting into the next game. Grass absorbs the water. Yeah, I assume, right? That's what it is, I guess. They like it, Buck. They like it. They like the water. So getting into the next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the yellow Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing clan RITSC. It is the Mudkip Master. Here we go. My starter in Gen 3 was a Trico. Turned into... God, what did it turn into? Grovile into Sceptile. That's it. That's it. There we go. Ah. He soloed the Elite Four for me. Won me the game. Let's go. As the Probe Scouts moving out across the map. Back at home, Inexorable, this time going for a bit of a more passive start. I say passive, I should say more economic. As a reminder, last game it was double gas into a faster factory. This time, racks expand for Inexorable. Sceptile Mega evolved into a grass trap. I don't know what you just said. That's too much for me, Pappy. Mega evolution. That's, yeah. You're getting too zoomer on me, Pappy. It's like a stone. It turns Charizard into like a dark Charizard. I think I know that. There you go. Ah. Yeah. I don't know nothing about her Gen 6. You know what I did do though, which is sad, is what did I do? I ended up getting Pokemon, some of the older Pokemon games to play again on the 3DS like Nintendo store. And then I think it was last year where they closed the store. I was like, oh, what the hell? They just I just wanted to play my Pokemon. And yeah, I think it was maybe last year, maybe the year before, but the Nintendo store closed for the 3DS, which is crazy to think of. It's like, oh, okay. I guess they just don't want me to play Pokemon. What the hell? Thank you for following. Thank you, Bomb. Cool. Thank you. Love the stream, dude. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the support. Always appreciate it. Always. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Mega Chuck. Of course you would know all this, Werehog. It's the Werehog. I would have you know there are like 26 different Charizards, each with their own unique color variation. Ah, okay. I got you. Is that like a shiny black Charizard X? Is that a thing as well? God. And so now it's going to be a Twilight Council. Okay, Twilight Council opener at a Mudkip. Going for avoiding the Stargate into Phoenix. Likewise, Mudkip also did fully wall off here at the natural. I say fully walled off with his SimCity, with the Stalker as well. So Mudkip Master has learned from the previous game and is playing out very safely. Meanwhile, Inexorable, backing up behind this, is going 3 racks. Is going for 3 racks here into a stim timing with Mass Marine Marauder, a very aggressive build. Not going for the initial Hellion Reaper as we saw previously. So Mudkip Master is playing safe, but little does he know that we have even more aggression coming his way. Checking the vision, Mudkip Master hasn't seen much in the main yet, is still in the dark, has spotted extra Marines though, so has a piece of the puzzle. Could be a 2-1-1, could be 3 racks, could be 3 CC 3 racks. Mudkip Master still has to piece it together. Stalkers dipping in, they can pick away the Marines. Blink is almost done, and upon seeing this many Marines, now Mudkip Master should be aware. Back at home, we have how many gateways? 4 gate. 4. So, oh my god, wait, 5 gates. 5 gate Blink for the Protoss. Let's go! And the goal here is to slow this army down. Blink is done. Chip away at the Marines, the Marauders. Slow the army down before it gets across the map, and try to whittle away at the force of Inexorable. Of course, Inexorable likewise has to hold on to the stim. Does want to waste it. Azure is sustained with his army. So far, so good. Mudkip Master taking down 4 Marines so far, getting a 5th. Ooh, 1 Stalker does fall. And Inexorable, he gets across the map. No shield battery. Shield battery's not done. There's the stim. Inexorable goes to dive. He depowers the gateways. Down to 3 gates. Prism does move out across the map. But can Mudkip survive? Can he defend? As boys are being pulled, Marines, they stim for a second time. They take down the workers. They go for the Stalkers as well. They will be cleaned up. Meanwhile, across the map, the Prism has arrived, but Inexorable has reinforcements. It's 13 probe kills. We have the warp in into the main base, but Inexorable, he does get eyes on the Prism. No! The Prism goes down! The Prism is sniped. Inexorable rotating over towards the left-hand side. Gets 1, gets another Stalker. But at least Mudkip Master survives. The problem, though, the downside is that his economy is in the gutter, down to 30 workers. Barely has an economy standing. And Inexorable building up. Rebuilding his bio army, getting ready for the second wave, this time with medevacs. Starport is done, and medevac production is underway. Like, can I show you alternate methods to play earlier Pokemon games? What do you mean alternate methods? What are you talking about, Werehog? Oh no. Not like this. There are other ways to enjoy Pokemon, Pappy. Let me show you. You're an animal. As Inexorable is back at home, still building up. Getting into a 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. Mudkip Master looking for a way into the main. I mean, I would say that right now the goal for Mudkip Master would be to contain. Just contain the Terran player and delay the 3rd base for as long as possible. While taking his own 3rd. What I'm concerned by, we're still on 2 base. We're still stuck on 2 bases. There is no 3rd in sight, not yet. And as a result, Inexorable is still getting further ahead. Has a better economy, has mules, plus a higher worker count. Building up quite an army as well. It's on the Protoss to be up a base compared to the Terran, and we're even on bases instead. And here comes the second wave. And this time, Inexorable can stim more freely. He has medevacs. He can sustain himself. He can sustain his army. He can stim more freely. And Mudkip Master, he's in trouble. Has to pull away. I'll be honest, I don't know what the evolution of Mudkip is. I think Swampert is the 3rd evolution. I don't know what the one in between is. I don't. It's like a Mudkip but on 2 legs. It's like standing tall. And here we go, Inexorable. He is stimming forward. Pushing in once again. There are some slows to defend. Overcharge gets popped. Marsh Stomp. There you go. Oh god. And Inexorable is going to be stimming up the ramp, takes down the shield battery, takes down the overcharge. Colossus are on the way, but they need more time. They need desperately more time. The blinks are decent, but it's a numbers game at this point. And Inexorable, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the natural. GG gets called. And Inexorable will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Inexorable as he will claim the series 2-0. My condolences to Mudkip Master, but again, I would like to believe that he can take from this series, he can learn from it, he can grow as well. Again, I will say that he was already adapting mid-series. Game 2, he went for a much safer approach, again with SimCity, with a Wolof. He was more ready for the Reaper Hellion. Unfortunately, he wasn't as prepared for the 3 racks. He wasn't as prepared. He was doing a decent job at slowing down the move out, slowing down the push, but what I will say is that he was stuck on 2 bases a little bit too long. His shield battery was also late. If you remember, the shield battery was depowered before it finished with the first wave, so late shield battery, late overcharge as well, and alas, was unable to hold on. Another big part of defending against the 3 racks as well, as you can imagine, is sentries. Sentries and force fields to slice up the army when it goes up the ramp, to slow down the push, and to deal with the army in segments, in portions. So if you have that, plus a shield battery, plus an overcharge, then you can just have your way with that army if you see it coming ahead of time. But again, I'm sure Mudkip Master will take from this, will learn from it, will improve. We'll see him next time. We'll see him next time. We'll see if he one day turns into the Marstop Master. There you go. Marstop. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and do we have our next opponent here? One moment. As we are quickly checking our players. Checking our matches. And we switch our scenes and have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have our series, we have our updates. We have Bjorn. Bjorn takes down Eon 2-0. Again, Bjorn is one of the heavy favorites to take the entire tournament. We'll see if anyone can stop Bjorn. I should also move the bracket. Yeah, we go. Should also move the bracket over. We have Bjorn advancing on. Scrolling down, we have UED Soldier up against Maples in a PvP. They have just begun. They are mid-series. Best of luck to those 2 players. Winner goes up against Bjorn. Scrolling down, we have Inexorable waiting for the winner of Epic and Mute. I am more than happy to wait for that series. I'm more than happy to wait for Epic and Mute to wrap up. To jump in. Oh, we just got an update. Never mind. We just got an update. Epic takes out Mute 2-0, and up next is going to be a TVT between Inexorable and Epic. Let's go. Let us go. Just gonna slip into some DMs. And make sure we don't get left behind. Beautiful. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. Geralt takes down Lawless 2-0. Geralt waiting for the winner of Vindicta and Foxer. Another spicy TVT mid-series with Vindicta, Miguelito, and Foxer. Scrolling down, we have Estrella getting a walkover. There's some odd results in the bracket, but I'm sure we'll get that fixed up. But Estrella, he's waiting for the winner of Pig, Artecario, and Nikic. Are they all still mid-series? Checking Pig's stream. Those matches have been taking a while. I think Pig is up against Nikic. Okay. Okay, it looks like the bracket hasn't been fully updated yet. It's all good. But the bracket is getting underway, and we have our next series. We have our next matchup. It is that Terran versus Terran. Let's go. In the quarterfinals. Just getting everything ready. Get everything sorted. I'm catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Use A's to create BOTW. Oh, okay, okay. Cool, cool. It's cool to hear. But it sounds like we do have a little bit of downtime. The players are currently connected to their vetoes. Vetoes are underway, and then we'll be jumping into our next series. We will most likely be following Epic versus Inexorable into the upper semifinals, or maybe into Beyond's next series. Again, we're focusing on the upper half of the bracket. I say that there are some really enticing matches going on in the lower half as well, with Geralt, with Vindicta, with Foxer, with Estrella. But it does look like that portion of the bracket is taking a little bit longer. It's taking a little bit longer to update. We'll get there. For now, though, we might just go on a short break. It shouldn't be too long. The players, they get their vidas going, but we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series. We'll have our TVT. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our quarterfinals match, our first quarterfinals match of the evening. Welcome to our TVT. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the yellow Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the red Terran representing Storm Gaming. It is Epic. Let's go. Again, welcome one and all to the second iteration of the Ursasaurus Cup. Good to be back once again, and for those that are maybe unfamiliar or unaware, Ursasaurus Cup is one of the many community events that has risen up to replace and to step in for the absence of the ESL Open Cups. This is usually the time slot for ESL Open Cup Americas, but alas, the ESL Open Cups are they're on hiatus. They're in an off season. I'm sure they will be back eventually, but until then, we have events like Ursasaurus Cup, we have the Awardee TV Monday Cup, we have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and we have the KSRS as well, the Kalara Steadfast Rodan Cup as well. KSR. As other people know it, as the KFC. Beautiful. But now though, we are going to be settling into our TVT, and again, both players are, I mean, honestly, I do have a hard time kind of picking a favorite between these two players, between Epic and Inexorable. Do you think they're quite comparable in skill? I will say that Epic has a more experience compared to Inexorable, and that might be the deciding factor. We shall see as our Brazilian Terran is opening up 2-Rax Reaper. The Raxes are up, Reapers are on the way, and ideally this is designed to catch out the first Reaper of Epic and to snowball from there. Catch the first Reaper, then perpetually just be ahead in the army count and the Reaper count and just keep pushing from then on forward. Meanwhile, Epic's moving out, does have an SCV to tank a shot. Risky move here by Epic to move out this early on, just because he doesn't know what he's walking into, and he can be taken advantage of. It is usually a little bit wiser in TVT to just keep your initial Reaper back at home because you don't know if it is going to be a 2-Rax Reaper or even a Reacted Reaper. SCV dips in, does tank the first shot. First shot is tanked, and Epic, he will take the fight. Yeah, we'll take down the first. Oh, no, he will not. Oh, my God, the SCV. SCV goes down, Reaper goes down, and just like that, Inexorable does take a Reaper lead. A strong start for the Yellow Terran. Now he's moving out across the map. Epic back at home. He has to calm things down, has to pull back, has one Reaper, has a Hellion on the way. This Hellion is going to be Epic's saving grace. But Inexorable, he wants to keep pushing, wants to go in, and is looking to at least delay the CC. See if he can. We'll see if he can avoid that splash damage and the Hellion shots. SCV is going to go down. Just like that. Nice delay already. Command center is delayed. Inexorable waiting a little bit longer here for another SCV to come down. Cyclone is halfway done. Inexorable does dip into the main. Just back around. We'll rotate up to 4 Reapers. Once again, we'll snipe the SCV. Oh! And I do think that maybe could have been a moment there where Inexorable could have dove up the ramp, but alas, does pull away, does respect the position. Cyclone has arrived, and now Epic holds. He holds, he can expand, he can settle into his 2-base economy. Back at home, Inexorable transitioning, getting into his own 2-on-1. We're calming things down and rushing into Stim, getting our reactor ready for an add-on tool for a starport. Inexorable getting ready for the mid-game. Meanwhile, Epic is going to be the first to move out. I mean, sure, did deflect the Reaper harass, but now moving out with drop play. Inexorable, he will spot this, does get eyes on the metamac. Inexorable is aware. Epic attempting to hunt down the Reapers. Is now moving out. Back at home, Marines getting in position. We have Marines at the natural, but the drop is going for the main. Just trying to slide in between the bases. And Marines are ready. The drop has to boost away. Actually boosting further back in. Does confirm the 2-on-1. And can potentially get some SCVs. Gets one. Gets one, gets a second, gets a third SCV. Not bad. Medevac is zoned away. Up! Oh my god. Medevac is so low, but it does escape. Does get away with most of the army. Hot pick up there by Epic. Does get up. Does get out. And will get away. Will be able to escape. Back at home, settling into his own tank production. Bio tank, Raven as well, working on interference matrix. Working on that disable. And it's going to be an interesting dynamic here where Epic is going to have the higher tank counts. Meanwhile, Inexorable will have no tanks, instead, Marines. We have 14 Marines, 2 Medivacs, and Stim. Inexorable has a lot of potential with this bio army. Again, Inexorable, his tank count was his tank production was delayed because of the add-on swap, because of the reactor, because of the build of choice. And we'll see if it's worth it. Does spot the third CC. Epic not quite in position. And Marines are being dropped. Stim is available. We do have auto turrets to defend. Oh, massive tank volley goes off. Yeah, the tank shot is brutal, and Inexorable is going to be cleaned up. Even without Stim, and with that tank volley, Epic, he has more than enough Cyclones as well to support as well. He defends. He defends, he deflects. We'll lose 4 SCVs, but the worker count is still comparable. And again, Epic's tank count is getting higher and higher. Not just that, 3rd CC is almost done. 3rd CC is still halfway done for Inexorable. For Inex. Still getting there. I would say there's still a lot of pressure on the yellow Terran player. A lot of pressure here to move out and to get damage done. As Inexorable does reinforce. Scans ahead of time. Catches the Viking. Not bad. Gets 2. 2 Vikings go down. Massive pickoffs. A lot of TVT does come down to air control and air dominance, and Epic losing 2 Vikings already is a bit of a slip up here. Very important catch for Inex. Back at home, landing his own 3rd base. Even though Inexorable's 3rd base is later, because of his map control, he's able to expand. And Epic is contained on 2 bases for a little bit longer. See, Inexorable, he has eyes on the would-be 3rd. He's ready and waiting to pounce. Scans once again. Raven harassed into the main. Going for the auto turrets. And we'll find some SCVs. Shark gets thrown down, gets 1, gets 2. Oh, we'll get even more than that. Especially with that second auto turret. Marines, they stim in, they're going for the Raven, but another auto turret cleans up every single Marine. Gets more SCVs as well. 5 SCV kills. Inexorable turns around, and now Epic can expand. Has yet to do so, is still on 2 bases. The worker counts are still in favor of Epic, but he is oversaturated. He's not mining as efficiently. And Inexorable, he still has eyes on both expansion locations. Still being active. Scan reveals a 3rd. Epic finally expanding. But the army's in position, and I'm not so sure Inexorable can do much about it. So looking at the army sizes here, we have a 2-tank lead for Epic. He's got 5 tanks compared to the 3 of Inexorable. Epic also has 2 Ravens. One of them is stuck behind the main, to be fair. It's not going to be available to disable and to shut down these tanks. But 1 Raven can still be enough. Speaking of, Epic, he breaks out, gets 2 more SCVs, gets 3 more SCVs. 3 more workers go down. We have another Raven here on the right-hand side. Inexorable's in position, and he's going for a Doom Drop. Bold move here by Inex. Setting up for a drop. Scans ahead of time. Hellion does spot the army. Yeah, Epic, he knows, he does rotate. Again, just a very tense moment here. And Inexorable's trying to find a way in. Meanwhile, Epic, he has a very nice ring of tanks. Tanks covering his natural, tanks covering his 3rd. Center tower as well. Vikings towards the north to make sure he denies a drop. Epic is looking pretty secure. That's not stopping Inexorable. Still looking for a way in. Going for a fake Doom Drop. Let's go. A risky maneuver. Honestly, a real Doom Drop could be a little bit more successful because there's not much here. It's a little bit unfortunate. Medevacs, they boost in. And Epic will respond. He does stim back home. Does spot the Medevacs at the same time. Main army hits the 3rd. Tanks are exposed. And we should be able to take down the tanks. Bullets are going off. Marines are going down, but we get 1, 2, we get 3 tanks. 3 tanks, the workers, and the CC. And the command center is going to fall. It barely does go down. At the same time, Epic going for a base trade. Trades a base for a base, as he will also claim the 3rd. She'll go down. Oh, it's close. We'll get it. Both players losing their 3rd bases. Epic loses 6 SCVs. Epic will turn back around. Inexorable looking for a fight. Hoping to catch out the Marines. Tanks are sieged. Sims in. Does Sim in. Massive tank follies and Inexorable. He will take the fight. Forces back Epic. A nice fight for Inex. Is stuck on 2 bases though, and Epic had a 4th. He's landing as a 3rd. Ooh, that is unfortunate for the yellow Terran player again. He was not ready for this. He had no backup base. And now Epic, he has an economy. He can get out of control from here. He can max out. And Inexorable, he had some good moments here, but now he's on a timer. 2-2 about to finish off for Epic. He's about to catch up on those upgrades. Still long distance mining. Inexorable does need more damage. Liberator here into the natural. 3 more CVs. Next running into the turret. Epic does respond, and Inex is all in. At this point, he's completely all in. There is no backup base. There is no 3rd. The drops are being cleaned up. Inexorable, he scans, he sees the 3rd. It's fully operational. Not what he wanted to see. Not like this. And breaking this position, it's not going to be easy. I don't know if it's going to be possible. He does go for the stim into a tank line. He's crazy. He gets on top of some of these tanks. Boys are being pulled. They have to be as well. But the concave is too good, and Epic, he will completely shut this down. GG gets called, and Epic takes game number 1. GG. Again, Inexorable, he had some good moments. He had some nice moments in this game. Unfortunately, he had no 4th. He had no backup expansion, so Epic, he could just re-expand. He could just re-expand, get his economy back up and running, and Inexorable was completely all in from that moment onwards. Was fully all in. And just got outscaled by his opponent. Pushing into a siege line like that was brutal, and GG. GG, well played. Epic takes a lead. And we'll see if he can take the series or if Inex can fight back. If he can bounce back and force the ace match. I want to believe. I do want to believe. As the rest of the bracket is currently underway. We just got an update. Looks like UD Soldier did take down Maples 2-1. Shout out to Maples for taking a map. Very impressive. UD Soldier does take it in the end. He's now up against Bjorn in the next round. Meanwhile, it looks like we still don't have updates on the lower half of the bracket, so still waiting on that. Pig won his match. Yeah, I assumed that that Pig took down Artecario, but hasn't been updated on the bracket yet. Hopefully, we get some updates soon. Hopefully. As I think he's up against Nikic, or maybe even, is he up against, did he defeat Nikic? No shot. That'd be crazy. That'd be impressive. If he brought Nikic down. I've got Pig's stream open. I'm just trying to see who he's up against. If he's up against a Zerg player or a Protoss. It looks like a Protoss. Otherwise, his Overlord would have been out earlier. Like, this looks like a ZVP opening. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. It's still in the ZVZ. Oh, good, oh, good. So he's still up against Nikic. Still up against Nikki. So best of luck. Best of luck. As we continue our series on Post Youth. greater than ESL. Ah. I mean, I'm sure we'd all be more than happy to embrace the ESL Open Cups once they return. I'm sure. No bad blood. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing System Gaming. It is Epic. Here we go. No shot. No shot. It's a little bit off topic. A little bit, but as we're settling into our game, it's gonna be double gas. Okay, double gas opener here by Inexorable, double gas opener by Epic. But apparently Night End is gonna be playing a show match. No shot. That's crazy. Night End, he's back. He's playing a Stormgate show match. For those of you that remember Night End, he has the voice of an angel. The voice of an angel. I'm not gonna lie, like Night End like has some solid like nostalgic Home Story Cup memories from years gone by. Like I'll always remember Night End on the casting couch. Like beautiful. Peak Home Story Cup. Peak Home Story Cup. Night End, I believe the Romanian Protoss from back in the day. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Long time. Behind this is going to be a Rex expand. Again, double gas, so factory into a delayed expansion here. Same can be said for Epic. Night End on the casting couch was great. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Wow. So now we are settling in, going for our CC follow-ups to have our initial 1-1-1s. And so far, nothing too crazy outside of the slightly faster starport here from Epic. And from here, we can go into initial Cyclone openers. We can go for Widow Mines, into Raven Harass. And so we're going for a bit of a frontal scout here. Checks the natural. Gets eyes on the production, spots the starport, but doesn't get much else. We'll back off, we'll get out of here. Does pull away. Trying to dip back in. So this is going to be the same or very similar opener for Epic that we saw previously, going for that initial medevac into what would be Cyclone drop. Have our initial Cyclone Reaper. But outside of that, our players aren't being too greedy or too aggressive. I'm a little bit surprised that neither player did go for a faster CC. Both players playing it out safely. Just safe openers. Epic going for his initial drop. Back at home, Inexorable did go for a slightly faster tank production. Going for his own drop as well, but slightly later. So Epic should be the first to hit. Meanwhile, Inexorable, is he going for a tank drop? If so, he won't have much at home to defend. When does he move out? Medevac has arrived. And he's going to pick up, he's going to boost across the map. And that means, what do we have to defend? We have one Cyclone. One Cyclone to defend. Is that going to be enough? Other boys are being pulled. The mass repair! Let's go! The repairs are solid. The Cyclone though gets knocked out of position. Cyclone goes down. Boys are going down as well. And this is too much. This is becoming game-ending damage. 8 SCVs. 9 SCVs. 2 mules as well. Oh my god. And again, Epic, he's turning back around. He was across the map. Sorry, Inexorable's across the map. Does not go for his own drop. But Epic, he should have enough to defend. I say that. His own tank turns back around. Workers are going down for both players. Chaos ensues. We have the auto turret. GG gets called. Inexorable has nothing left, and Epic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very unfortunate setup there by Inexorable. Again, as the drop was coming in, he moved out. He moved out with everything he had. He only left one Cyclone to defend, and he had a very nice repair. He had a very nice surround. The SCVs that were there for their boy, but that's where the KDA charges came in, knocking the Cyclone out of position, knocking the SCVs away from the Cyclone. They got the kill. There was nothing left. There was nothing left thereafter. That was just critical damage. GG, well played. GG, well played. A bit of a sudden end to the series. I was hoping for the mid game. I was hoping for more of a back and forth. But that is one of the risks you take in TVT by going for that move out, by moving out with that drop play, is you are vulnerable to your opponent's drop as well. So in the end, Epic does take it, does snowball out of control. GG, well played. GG, and with that, Epic is now waiting for his next opponent. He's waiting for the winner of UD Soldier and Björn. They are currently mid-series. And, of course, Björn is going to be the heavy favorite. Björn is looking poised to take the entire tournament. We'll see if anyone can stop him, if anyone can slow him down. Scrolling down, we have some other updates as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat, if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Here we go. Likewise, Nickish just got out of game as well. And so did Vindicta. Oh, we have some updates. But yeah, we have Björn versus UD Soldier. Winner goes up against Epic in the next round. Meanwhile, looks like Vindicta versus Foxer, currently mid-series. Oh, what's the score? What's going on? As we might just hop over. Oh my god. No. Never mind. Never mind. So, that's a full lobby, Papi. That's a full lobby. There's a lot of people in Vindicta versus Foxer. They're tied up 1-1. They're getting into the ace match. If there's no one casting Björn versus UD Soldier, then we can be there for that. True. Looks like Australia's getting into his own series as well. Okay. Okay, we have a next series. We have a next matchup. It looks like Nikic versus Pig did complete. Nikic brought down Pig. I'm not too sure of the series, but I think it was 2-0. And now we're jumping into Australia versus Nikic in a PvZ, and this could go either way. Let's go. Here we go. Un momento here. We have a fresh best of 3. So the bracket hasn't been updated properly, but the players have been progressing through the tournament, and here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Australia. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus. It is Nikic. For the Platinum Heroes. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. I would give the slight edge to Australia, but I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Nikic is a beast. He is a very aggressive Zerg player in his own right. Likewise, Australia also not an orthodox player himself, so again, it could go the way of Australia or Nikic. I'm hoping for a game 3. We'll see how this series does unfold. We shall see. Best of luck in the chat. As Nikic is opening up hatch gas full, standard opener. Standard opener by a Zerg. Likewise, Australia opening up with a gate expand. Okay. We are going to be settling in. And so far, standard openers, Australia being as annoying as possible with that probe, just trying to force some inefficient mining. An inefficient economy in the main. And we'll see what opener he does go for. I mean, if this is any other player, I would assume, you know, Stargate opener into Oracle, into a third base. But Australia's not standard. He's not normal. No, not at all. Not at all bad. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Pylon has been placed. Not a bad position for a Stargate. And there it is. Stargate has been thrown down. Should be an Oracle-based opener, but I wouldn't put it past Australia going for a Phoenix first or a Void Raid to hunt down Overlords and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. We do have an interesting rally as well for that initial Stargate. Back at home, Nigish taking a third. Adept has arrived. It's going to be on Nigish to minimize losses and to keep his workers safe and sound. And the Queen does zone. Lings are kept back. Australia does confirm saturation. Well, Nigish is still building up more Lings. Building up a higher link count. Australia shading in towards that third. Two Adepts can one-shot drones, so Nikish has to take it seriously. One drone goes down. Already not a bad pickoff. Australia hunting for a second worker. We'll shade away. Oracle has arrived. Second Oracle's in production. And Australia is now moving out. Past the Ursasaurus. Let's go. Australia, he spots the links, he pulls back to make sure he actually maintains his third base. Nikish is here to pick off at depths, the third, force a cancel. Australia playing very safe, very secure. But that is an earlier Twilight Council, a very early Twilight Council. And this could be the beginning of Glaive Adepts, or it could be Fast Blink. There are options here. Considering it's Australia, I'm leaning towards Glaives, leaning towards Glaive Adepts instead. This is a bit of a more, I was going to say older school build, but it's a little bit out of meta. It's not as trendy as it once was, you know, a couple of months ago. We'll see if Australia does embrace it. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Express Karma in the chat. God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the Ursasaurus Cup. Welcome. We are here in the quarterfinals. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. Quarterfinals into the semis, into the grand finals. We have a couple of series left. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Meanwhile, we have our confirmation. It is Blink, not Glaives. So what does this mean? This is a very safe opener by Australia. Basically, he's rushing into Blink quite fast. It means that his Forge is going to be late, but with fast Blink Stalkers, that means that if Nikic went for a 3-base all-in, if Nikic rushed into Roaches and went for a Queen Walk across the map or a German Taxi, then Australia would have Blink Stalkers to defend, and it would be an ideal position here for Australia. The downside means that, well, the downside here is that the upgrade is going to be delayed for Australia. So getting into a longer game, getting to +2, is going to be far later than normal. As the Queens that will zone away the Oracles. Behind this, layer is on the way, +1 melee. Niki's just freely joining up, getting a 4th. Getting into a decent economy. Likewise, Australia vying for map control. Tipping out that there's going to be 26 links on the way, so Nikic will have an army to deal with this. Australia, before they do arrive, he does snipe an Overlord, denying creep, rotating around. He has to be so careful with his army movement. Likewise, if that stasis pops off, Australia can take a fight. The first stasis is baited out. Ooh, decent second stasis. Catches a handful of lings. 22 more lings in production. Catching reinforcements. Zelts get surrounded. Zelts do go down. Oh, a bit of an overextension though. Nikic throwing away a lot of lings. Let's throw away a lot of lings there. A rough loss for the Zerg player. Behind this, Hydra production has begun. Again, Nikic is just buying time. He saves the 4th. The 4th is safe and sound. Stray behind this, getting to a fourth base, and Storm into the mid game. Is building up. Stray is still playing with fire. It's still very risky here to be active. These Hydras have now arrived. Stasis going up. But Stray just keeps rallying across the map. He wants that fourth. He wants it, but can he get it? Lings, they come in for an attempt to surround. The Hydras, as I said before, they don't have range or speed. Speed is about to kick in. We're getting to those upgrades, fighting off of creep. The creep has not been respread. But Nikish now finally has map control. And Astray is racing back home. He has blink, so he should be okay. He does blink away. Does manage to blink away. Hydra getting across the map. Storm is done in 5 seconds. The High Templar, he wants them. Oh, Storm does complete. Masses on one of the Hydras. Link Bane rolling in. Baiting out 2 more Storms. Oh, and that was the final Storm for Astray. He's got 1 Storm almost left. We need a couple more seconds. It's almost ready. And massive connection. High Templar getting low. Yeah, the final High Templar goes down. 0 Storms remaining. And Nikish, has he done it? Has he broken through? Barely not. Nice blinks here from Astray. He does escape with those Stalkers. 12 workers go down. But Nikish barely does not have enough. Forcing the fight out of range of the shield batteries. Catching out a Stalker. The 5 Hydras started stepping forward, taking down a handful of Stalkers. 3 more Stalkers go down. Oh, but alas, it looks like we will be losing everything here. 2 Hydras left, down to 1. Lings gets shut down, and what's scary is that Estrella, he saves his economy. Oh, attacking his own Nexus. But he has a 3rd base, he has a 4th as well, getting fully saturated. Estrella does have a worker lead. Nikish was all in. Nikish is all in. He's on 60 workers, that's less than a 3 base economy. Nikish, he's completely committed here, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for Estrella. Now this time he only has 2 High Templar, but I have to eat my words. 2 more warp in. 4 High Templar in total. Soon to be 4 Storms. But they're not ready yet. And the Storms are not ready. Nikish rolling forward. He wants High Templar. Up! He wants them. Oh my god. Bailey connects. But the High Templar, they stand strong. Massive Storm on the army. Not like this. There's 1 High Templar left. Up! 1 High Templar remaining. But the Hydras are breaking through. Nikish, the all-in. Is he doing it? Is he barely doing it? Almost gets on top of the Robo. Almost. Stalker's breaking out. There's still that 1 High Templar. Soon to be 1 Storm. Gateway falls, but Astray is playing a lot of time. The Immortal is almost halfway done. Lings do get into the natural. Forcing the army to split. To kill the shield battery. And Nikish, he's still not stopping. This is what I mean when I said earlier that Nikish, he's an animal and he's a beast and he's just so aggressive. Nikish, he has not made a drone in the last, what, 4 minutes? It's crazy. Just keeps making Ling Bane. Doesn't stop, but that's still a lot of High Templar. Another big Storm. Oh my god. That's a juicy connection. Nikish once again pushing forward. He wants High Templar. Snipes 1. Oh, but the shield batteries are done. Baileys are rolling in. Massive connections. They take down 2 High Templar. There's 2 left. 2 High Templar remaining. He gets 1. There's 1 remaining. Does pull away. Baileys, they crash into the middle line. 14 probes go down. There's the Storm. And Nikish, she's running out of steam. Did take down the mineral line, but he lost so many Hydras in the process. Nikish, he barely has an army remaining. He had to end the game here and now. He had to kill Estrella, but he couldn't. He barely could not. Rotates over, but there's cannons, there's shield batteries. He's getting some economic damage done. And Nikish is still not droning. He's still not making workers. Never. The only reason why there's saturation at the 4th base is because he's running out of mineral patches. So he's just transferring workers over. Transferring whatever he can. Oh my god, and that's how many High Templar? 8! 8 High Templar, 8 storms. Yeah, Astray is fine. Astray, he has weathered the storm. He's made it through the worst of it. Yeah, massive connections. The Hydras, they melt. And there's still more High Templar behind this. Nakish, he does target fire the High Templar. Very nice target firing out of the Zerg player, but still not good enough. Still not enough. Meanwhile, Australia getting into a higher immortal counts, Archons, extra gateways on the way. Australia has 1,000 minerals in the bank, just has no warp ins to make use of, so is getting to his production. And Australia's looking more and more secure. Now, there is a world, if Nikish can get on top of the High Templar, if he can shut this army down before any major storms connect, by avoiding those storms, then maybe Nikish can still pull this off. I mean, I'm impressed that he's still going. Like, that's crazy. It's quite impressive. I mean, part of it is because Australia can't spend his money. That's also a reason. Storm connects. Oof. Shuts down a good chunk of Hydras. We do manage to get on top of the High Templar, though. That's going to be all High Templar going down once again. The Immortals as well. Nikish with the split, with the spread. Not bad. Again, he is so close once again to breaking his opponent. Takes out every Immortal. But at the same time, as Zealots, they move that across the map. They hit the 4th. Take down 11 drones. And Nikish is racing back home. Loses the 4th base. Nikish, he barely had the economy to begin with. And now it's in the gutter, down to 49 workers. The Hydra does race back home, catching the Prism. Yeah, we have 6 more High Templar. Still very close, but now Nikish, he doesn't have much longevity. I mean, he didn't before, but now even less so. As Nikish is pushing in, massive storms connect. There's 1 storm left. I mean, there's not much support for this army, but there we go. Massive Warp and a soldiers behind this. And Astray, he will shut down the Hydras for like a 5th time. GG gets called, and Astray will survive the all-in and will take game number 1. GG. Hey, Nikish was all-in for like 10 minutes. That's crazy. Oh my god, he just wouldn't stop. Wouldn't stop going. And he almost broke Astray a couple of times as well. That's what's impressive. Almost did break him. GG. GG, well played. As we mentioned, I mean, part of it was also Astray's lack of gateways. He was banking up a lot of resources, minerals, and gas, so he wasn't quite able to spend his economy or spend his bank as efficiently. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. Astray does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Getting into game number 2. Gonna be on site Delta. Sick push by Nick. It was pretty close. Like, there were multiple times where surprisingly Nikish would kill all the High Templar, the Immortals. Like, he was so close to breaking the back of Astrea. So close. Yet so far. I do think the only reason why Nikish had to tap out in the end was because he lost the base, right? He lost the 4th base, he lost 11 drones. He had no more sustain. Couldn't keep going. Otherwise, he would have. He would just keep going. Would not stop. Now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. Leading the series 1-0, it is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from land of Belarus. It is Nikish. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Astrea, for the most part, had a very safe build in the last game. Winding it back a little bit, if you remember, it was a Stargate opener into Oracle, into 3rd base, into early Blink, just to be safe and secure against an all-in. So Estrella just playing things carefully in game 1. I'm sure he's familiar with the playstyle of Nikic. I mean, Nikic has a reputation. So I would not be surprised if Estrella goes for the same build. 2 games in a row. Would not be surprised. Meanwhile, my eyes are going to be on Nikic to see how aggressive he is this time and what kind of form of aggression that takes. As we do have Nikic going hatch gas pool, standard opener, probe scout does confirm. Probe scout does get eyes on the main. Estrella going for a 2-gate opener. Okay, is mixing it up. A much more aggressive start for Estrella. So a very fast second gateway. This is going to lead into additional adept harass in the early game. Does also mean that he gets a full wall off as well. So Estrella being in a way a little bit less efficient here, but has potential to be aggressive with those adepts. As again, the cyber core and the second gateway are lined up with each other to make 2 adepts at a time. And we'll see if Estrella only makes 2 adepts or if he goes into a next set, up to 4, up to 6. As the adepts are on the way, being chronoed as we speak. Now, Nikic does confirm this. Upon seeing this opener, Nikic will be making extra lings. He will need extra lings here to survive and to defend. Overlord dipping in further. Gets eyes on the pylon. And okay, we have our answer. It's going to be double adept, not into a kind of. It's going to be double adept into adept stalker. Stalker designed to hunt down the Overlord, I imagine. Ooh, and Estrella setting up a proxy in the center of the map. Uh-oh. Did not notice the pylon. Pylon has been placed. The gateway has been thrown down. Hyper aggression here from Estrella. Nikic is making those extra lings. So he is keeping up. He's respecting this. Ling speed about to kick in. And Nikic is going to take a more proactive approach here. I'm pretty sure his goal is to even hunt down those adepts. To chase them down. And to move out across the map and even apply pressure to the natural. The lings are building up. Shade is cancelled. Lings move out. Behind this, Nikic taking a third. And droning. And the proxy of Estrella even does scout the lings. The would-be third base is spotted. It's going to be delayed. Lings, they will get 1 adept, but this is just a really awkward position. Efficient trades here for Estrella. The adept is going to fall eventually. And there is no oracle behind this. Baliness is going for a bait bust. Nikic, let's go. Is going for a bust. Takes down every single adept here at the third, but there is no third. We have more adepts being worked in. Estrella going for a Twilight Council. Extra gateway. It's going to be 4 gate vanilla adepts. 4 gateways for Estrella. Adepts, they don't commit. Nikic is going to be keeping up. Goes for the surround. Up. We'll lock down the adepts. And all 4 of them will go down. Estrella's in a rough position. Estrella, he only has vanilla gateway units to work with. The Twilight Council was delayed. No third. Nice positioning here for Estrella. Trading as best as possible. So many lings go down. But Nikic is getting ready for his bust. Show us the Bailings. Spots the gateway. Is aware. Ooh, a bit of a misrally. Lings getting caught out. Bailings on the way. Bailings being morphed in back at home, actually. Not across the map, everywhere. Back at home, across the map. Bailings everywhere, pappy. Now, 1 Stalker should be enough. Stalkers are very robust units. Takes a lot of Bailings to bring them down. So the Stalker should be able to hold its own. The Zealots less so. And Estrella is working towards charge. It's going to be a 2-base all-in. Bailings, they shut down the Zealots. Zealots are cleaned up. Adepts recall back home. And Nikic cannot break this. Cannot break this position, but he can get the gateway. Gateway is going to go down. Nikic flooding more lings across the map, cutting workers at 34. Now, whose all-in do I prefer here? Nikic is low on workers, but has a massive Ling Bane army. But I don't see Estrella being broken here. I don't see this natural falling. There are going to be a lot of Banelings, though. How many Banelings? 14. Okay, that is enough to kill a Stalker. Estrella, can he hold on? No shield battery, no overcharge. Banelings, they crash in. Stalker is going to go down. Oh, the Banelings. There we go. They barely do break through. Stalker falls. Adepts warp in, but there's no shield battery, no overcharge. Nikic gets us around, and Estrella has almost nothing left. Has 4 Adepts remaining. Oh, down to 2. 2 Adepts remaining. Banelings, they crash into the middle line. 12 probe kills. 12 workers go down, catching out more Adepts. There's an Archon to defend. But the natural base has been broken. Getting 16 probe kills, and Nikic, he's not done. He's still rallying across the map. Okay, he pulls back. He's calming down. Nikic is like, you know what? What if I just drone? True. He pulls back, he's droning. Goes down to Roach Warren. He's droning up behind this. Still no third expansion for Estrella. I mean, now with 2 Archons, I still don't see Estrella losing the natural. But Nikic can contain. 100%. He can contain, can deny it. Keep Estrella on these 2 bases while he drones. Nikic, he found the drone button. He found it. Let's go. He's crazy. Nikic does spot the expansion. Is aware. A temple moving out. As we go for the storm. Oh my, the storm drop! The mineral line! 11 drones go down! Almost every worker in the main. The prison takes a lot of hits, so ooh, it's gonna be an expensive loss. Expensive trade. Estrella does get 11 drones, but at the cost of 2 Eye Templar and a War Prism. So that wasn't quite for free. Estrella working in his third. I think because of the third base, though, I think this is still better for Estrella. Estrella does have the worker lead, and soon the third base as well. Meanwhile, Nikic, he did drone only a little bit. He droned up a little bit, droning up to 41 from 34, and now he's going for a second all-in. This time with roaches. Let's go. I mean, you think Nikic needs drones? I mean, the drones would have helped, 100%. The drones would have definitely helped Nikic here when it comes to facilitating for this all-in, but regardless, he doesn't care. He's pushing in. Roaches have morphed in, Ravages as well. Storms are soon to be available, but Storms are not as effective against Roach Ravager. And here come the Jumbo Lords. Oh my god, massive storm on the Roaches. Oh, the value! The Roaches, one more storm! Automas, Pappy, Automas! Do we have it? We need a couple more seconds. The Queens have dropped in, they can transfuse. The storm is almost ready. A couple more seconds, and there's the storm. But the Roach Ravager can still hold its own. And it looks like Nikic is breaking through. The Zelts are falling, Archons as well. There's one Immortal on low ground. It's going to be close, actually. Now one Immortal putting in a lot of work. The boys are being pulled. 11 workers go down, but that's still not enough damage. Estrella holds. Estrella, he's holding. Nikic, he's so close to breaking him. He's so close. He gets a couple more probes. He wants the Immortal. Gets us around. Massive pickup. Gets one. But not the other. Not the other Immortal. More Roaches have arrived. Nikic, he's so close to breaking Estrella. Star steps forward, gets the Archon. And I think he's done it. Nikic, he has done it. Going for the final Immortal. The Immortal gets surrounded. And now what is it left? Nothing. GG gets called. And Nikic will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. We are tied up and we are going to game 3. Let's go. A couple of sentries will stop the all-in easily. Sentries would have been amazing. Unfortunately, Estrella had no scouting information. He was aware of the Bailey Nest, true, but I mean, I guess you can inference, especially because you're up against Nigish, that it could just be worthwhile playing safe. But the problem was that Australia was going for his own all-in, if you remember. He was going for his own 2-base play into Charge Archon. It was only because of the aggression of Nigish later on that Australia decided to be more defensive. But it was kind of like all-in versus all-in. It's a really weird game. It was an odd one. But GG. GG, well played. Our series is tied up and we are headed to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Let's go. I expected Australia 2-0 Nikic. I think they're pretty similar in skill, Australia and Nikic. Pretty close. I mean, I was expecting... I still don't know which way this will go. I do slightly favor Australia, but I was hoping for an ace match, and we got it. We got the game 3. We'll see if Australia can bring it home. We'll see if Nigic can bounce back or keep things going. Oh, let's go. Cheeky bull by Australia, but he got blind countered. In a sense, yeah, it was just like two animals just facing off. As a reminder, Australia opened up 4 gates. Just straight up 4-gate Adepts. Like, everything in my soul wants to say, like, 4-gate Glaive Adepts, but remember, there was no Twilight Council, there was no upgrade, it was just vanilla gate with vanilla Adepts instead. But because Nikic happened to be making an abundance of Lings and going into Banelings as well, he was able to shut down the Adepts, move out across the map. It was a wild game. Very wild. Very chaotic. And now we're getting into the ace match. It's going to be on Ghost River. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Australia. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus representing Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. And again, Nikic is known for his aggression, he's known for his all-ins. We have seen multiple forms of that already. Last game we had, of course, the Bane bust. The game before that, we did have a Ling Hydra all-in off of a 3-base economy. And even in the last game, after Australia defended or deflected the initial Bane bust, we just followed it up with Ling Roach Ravager. Like, Nikic just... he refuses to drone. Only a little bit. Only enough. Only enough. To allow for the all-ins. And we'll see what we go for this time. Again, we're loading into Ghost River. It is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. And I would implore Australia to go for a bit of a safer build this time, but we'll see. I feel like Nikic thrives in the chaos. I mean, Australia does as well, but I don't know if it's wise to kind of play the game that Nikic wants, you know? Like a low economy, very intense chaotic game state. Nikic, he likes it, man. He likes it. We'll see. For now, gate expanded to Cybercore. This time, there's no crazy 2-gate opener. This time, standard start for Australia, and Nikic does confirm. Nikic does confirm. Back in the main, pylon gets placed. And this should be for Stargates, but we'll keep an eye on the tech structure of choice for Australia. See if he does deviate. From here, the Cybercore is finishing up. First Adept is on the way. And we will soon be getting to our tech of choice. Warp Gate is cancelled for good reason. Warp Gate is cancelled for the faster Stargate. So it is going to be an Oracle-based opener or a Stargate-based opener here for Australia. Everything's looking normal. This should lead into a third. Into an expansion. But we'll see if Australia goes for the Oracle first or for the Void Ray. Or even the Phoenix. All 3 are viable options in their own way. They'll have their place. Some more aggressive than others. Adept dips in. Being as annoying as possible, can lay siege from the high ground on the mineral line. Gets a couple of shots off, but doesn't commit. Doesn't get a drone. Oh! He wants them, though. Adepts shade to the low ground. 2 Adepts have arrived. Oh, Lings do overextend for a moment. 1 Ling goes down. Second Queen has arrived. And Nikishi does defend. Doesn't lose any workers. Back at home, it is going to be an Oracle opener for Estrella. Oracle into second gateway. Again, Estrella should be looking to expand. There we go. Probe is getting in position. Adepts race back home. And Estrella is taking a third. Now the question becomes, what is the follow-up going to be? Do we go for an earlier Twilight Council, like in Game 1? Do we go for a later Twilight Council with a Forge? Do we go for a Robo? This first Oracle has arrived, gets a drone, gets 1, gets 2. 2 getting 3 worker kills, a very nice damage. The Oracle will escape, will get away. So far, a better trade for Estrella, and we have the answer. It is going to be the earlier Twilight Council without the Forge initially. This is the same build that Estrella went for in Game 1 on Oceanborn. This should be faster Blink, but if you remember in that game on Oceanborn, I was indecisive about whether it should be Glaives or Blink. They're both viable options in this kind of game stage, and I stand by that. Could still be Glaives as well, but Game 1 went for Blink. We shall see. So let's take poke in. They threaten the shade, and we have the answer. It is going to be the safer choice. It's Blink. So this is the same build that we saw in Game 1. The Adepts, they get 2 drone kills. Estrella dipping into the natural. Gets, a couple of transferring workers. Not bad. Gets some extra worker kills. 4 drones go down. Nigish going for a safety Roach Warren at the 5-minute mark. Roach Warren has been placed. When Estrella does commit. Shades into the middle line, does focus down. 8 more drones. Oh my god. 9 workers going down. Very nice damage so far by Estrella. And Nigish staying on a lower Ling count means they couldn't quite be proactive and chase down those Adepts. And now here come the Stalkers. Here comes the follow-up. Again, later Forge for +1. This is the same build as the previous, as Game 1. Estrella has map control, and that can apply pressure to the would-be 4th. And apply a lot of pressure. Poking forward, trading as Lings, softening up the Queens. Gonna be reinforcing. As on Nikish to survive this to get a 4th and to stabilize. And to take map control away from Estrella. Again, Nikish playing it safe. 7 roaches on the way. Again, this move up from Estrella is not designed to kill, it is designed to contain. I mean, there's no creep. There's no creep on the map whatsoever. The 4th base is getting up and running, but Estrella could rotate and could try and deny the 4th. So instead of losing one of the Stalkers. And blinking quite well. That is Overlord speed on the way. Shouldn't be a surprise, but Nikish is getting ready for an all-in. He's getting ready for an all-in for a German taxi. He's taking a lot of damage. Lings are amassing. Ravagers are on the way. Nikish has a 4th, but it should just be for Larva. And Nikish will soon break out. Gets a Zealot. There is going to be that 1 stasis. Bear that in mind. Could have come into play. 2nd stasis on the way. And Nikish is not droning. We'll lose a Queen. 1 Queen goes down. Up, stasis going off, catching out the Lings. Meanwhile, at the same time, Nikish going for a counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? 2 shield batteries. No 4th base either, not yet. Lings are in position. 4th base is going to be denied. Estrella going to be distracted. And can we force a cancel? We should. The expansion is cancelled. Bearing in mind, this entire time, Nikish has not been joining. He's still not been joining back at home. Still just making purely Ling Roach Ravager. He still hasn't broken out. There is a 2nd stasis. Up! The Roaches! Massive connection! The Roaches get caught out. Nikish is being delayed. And now he's droning. These are late. These are late workers for Nikic. I mean, his all-in has been delayed because of all the stasis traps. Australia doing a great job of just buying time. Fourth base is on the way. And Nikic, you can see he wants to move out. He wants to. Peels off some lings, splits up his army. Going for a split push. Storm is about to finish. Storm is going to be ready for this. High Templar are morphed in. And Nikic is going for the fourth once again. Yeah, the expansion is going to be denied. At the same time, Zealot's going for a run by. Stray, he's also going for the fourth. Queen gets caught out. So Nikic, he races back home. He's out of position. Oh, and this is a big loss. Does take down the fourth at least. But drones are falling as well. It's going to be 6, 7 workers. And Astray, he does catch the army. Chasing down the roaches. Getting value. Again, Nikic's aggression has been delayed. He's getting into 1-1 upgrades. Interesting. This would tell me that we should be seeing some drones on the way, but we're not droning. Like, this 1-1 timing is not going to kick in for quite some time. But Nikic is still amassing an army. Run by gets denied. Stray moving out. Oh, the Zealots, they do turn back around. Stasis traps do get triggered. And here come the storms. That's how many High Templar? That's 11! 11 High Templar! He's crazy! Oh my god. That's a lot of storms, man. The fourth base is getting up and running, finally. There's another stasis. No! Gets baited in. It doesn't quite get triggered. Stasis does survive. Lings, they attempt to surround. I mean, 1-1 is on the horizon here for Nikic. True. He's almost there. Oh. Oh. Who it? No!
Game pause.
Who is it? Who is it? Someone was about to lag out there. Thankfully, okay. We're okay.
Game resumed.
There are like 10 casters in this game. So, hopefully everything's okay on everyone else's end. But there's a lot of coverage here. Storm's going up. Oh my god, the storms are brutal at the choke point. Oh my god, it's a meat grinder. The storms, they connect, they shut down the Lings and most of the Roach Ravager. Australia takes a massive supply lead. Zealots, they hit the southern base, and Nikic, he's being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. The game has gone on for far too long. The all-in was heavily delayed. And now we see Australia taking into Sky Toss. Fleet beacons on the way. +1 air attack, soon to be carriers, Tempest, anything and everything in the sky. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Australia. I mean, he doesn't even need Sky Toss, to be honest. Like, with this kind of armor, with this death pool of a Protoss army, he has enough. Just securing himself by going into Sky Toss as well. Job Lord's on the way. I mean, we saw Overlord speed earlier. I'm pretty sure we were planning to go for a Job Lord all in, but it's 5 minutes later. Master Storms on the mainlings. Yeah, we can just dive on the main army. The Roach Ravager crumbles. And Australia makes his way into the third. Storms the mineral line. And it storms everything. There's so many storms. Nikic just cannot keep up with this. There's still, what, 4 or 5 storms left over? Still plenty more to work with. I mean, Lings are getting some of the High Templar. They're trying to, at least. High Templar, they do pull away. GG gets called, and Australia will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Australia as it does take the series 2-1. It was a very close, very intense series. Again, especially game one. Game one was so close and so clutch between Australia and Nikic. I could have seen this going 2-0 in favor of Nikic, but here in game 3, it was a little more dominant for Estrella. Estrella was never in any real danger. He had map control for almost the entirety of the game. The one moment for Nikic was when he was able to deny the fourth. That did happen. That did occur twice, actually, which was okay, but outside of that, he just wasn't able to really gain any ground, able to trade with the main army, really threaten the third base whatsoever. Just really safe and secure play from Estrella. GG. GG, well played. Estrella does take it, and now we have some updates, I believe. I think we have some updates. We have some updates here. Let's go. There's some updates in the brackets. Let's catch up on what has been going on. As we are jumping into our next series, we're jumping in mid-series, actually, into Geralt versus Vindicta versus Miguelito. Let's go. It looks like Epic versus Beyond has already begun. Beyond took down UED Soldier 2-0. And they are currently mid-series. So the upper semis is underway, and we still have to determine the lower semifinals. As we are jumping into Geralt versus Vindicta. Geralt is leading the series 1-0, and now we're jumping into game number 2. I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is on Miguelito. We'll see if he can bring it home, bring it back. And as a reminder, the winner of this series faces off against Estrella in the next round. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And if you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets. Now, we are mid-series, so, I mean, Geralt only needs one game to win this series and to bring it home. Vindicta needs to win 2 in a row, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Vindicta, but I want to believe he can bring us to the ace match. Do want to believe. As for now, we are settling in. The High Templar stutter step, true. Did happen, did happen. The stutter stepping High Templar. But we are calming things down. Looks like a more tech-heavy opener here by Vindicta, going double gas opener into a faster factory, into a more delayed CC. And we missed out on game 1. I believe it was being covered by some of the other casters. So they have you covered there. We can merely only speculate. But Vindicta is often a more defensive player in this matchup, kind of weathering the storm before snowballing out of control and breaking out. That's what he does best. Pitching his tent, Pat. Pitching his tent. We'll see. As for now, the probe gets into the main, does confirm both gases, does confirm the factory. So Geralt gets a full scout, is fully aware of what's going on. And this opener from Vindicta can lead into a Widowmine drop, can lead into a Cyclone drop, can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Speaking of, Geralt will throw down the pylon, will deny any add-on on the racks. So Geralt just being a little bit cheeky here early on. And makes his scouting towards the left-hand side before moving out with his first Reaper. He's now going for the CC on the low ground. Reaper moves out. It's going to be zoned away by the Adepts. Yet to confirm our tech of choice, whether it's Robo, Twilight Council, or Stargate. And there it is. Twilight Council is going to be thrown down at the natural. Should be Blink for Geralt. Should be Blink. Meanwhile, the pylon does finish, and the Rax has to reposition to actually get an add-on. So again, this pylon is being quite a nuisance. Even getting a free scout. True. Gets eyes on the starport. Does get a free scout in the main. Not the most important scout, but a scout nonetheless. CC is going to be denied. Ooh. Dev gets across the map. Reapers will slip in though. And can we get some counter damage? Going for the probes. Oh! We do disturb some of the mining, but no probe kills yet. 3 probes back to main. 1 probe goes down. Across the map, Adept likewise wreaking havoc. Trading 2 for 2. 2 probes for 3 SCVs as another worker does fall. So a slightly better trade here for Geralt. Pylon finally going to be shut down. And we have the drop on the way. Mix is getting into his drop. Likewise, second, soon to be third racks as well. Still building up, but it's been a bit of a chaotic start here to game number 2. A little bit. Back at home, how many gateways? We have 2 gateways on the low ground. We have the one in the main, so 3-gate blink. Very safe opener out of Geralt. Very middle of the road. Does have plenty of stalkers. His goal here is to catch it and kind of move up, but he does miss the drop. It's just going to be the singular Widow Mine, though. A nice probe. Does deny the lock-on. Does bait out the lock-on even. Cyclone goes down. Geralt gets away. Very efficient micro here. Very efficient trades from Geralt. Widow Mine dropping to the main, but Geralt does pull away in time. Migs will save the Widow Mine just barely. Does save it. Does pull away. Does escape here into the dead space. And I believe Migs is still a little bit in the dark. He's seen it. He has spotted the Twilight Council. Is aware of the would-be third. And Migs can just build up. It's going to be chilling back at home, building up. Getting to stim, Marines, Marauders. Settling in back at home. And we are going to have a bit of a lull here in the action as we get into the mid game, as both players are setting up for their third bases. I mean, Vendetta still hasn't thrown down his third TC. I imagine will soon once he moves out, as he's still waiting for his upgrades, waiting for stim, combat shields, building up his Marine Marauder tank army. Geralt will actually find a way into the main, and there's nothing in position. Geralt, he blinks in. He's going for the SCVs. Yeah, SCVs are going down. Vendetta, he was not quite ready for this. He was at the natural, not the main. Oh. Observer gets spotted. Observer goes down, pushing a recall. And we don't quite punish. Stalkers do get away in time. And Geralt only got the 1 SCV. Got 1 worker, got a scan, not much else. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. As Vintage is now moving out, and he pulls up boys. Let's go! The boys have been pulled. I was actually about to say that I don't know if he will, just because he has a starport as well. But the force field is brutal. Will delay the move out of the SCVs. They do get through. Oh, not the rest of the army though. They are going to be tied up by that force field. Yolin has been delayed. The 1 Colossus has arrived. Massive swipes going off on the SCVs. SCVs are going down. He wants a Colossus, but we have the overcharge. Overcharge gets popped. Marines are going down. Tanks do siege up. Massive volleys. They take down the Colossus. Colossus does fall, and Vendetta, does he barely have enough to break through? It looks like he does. But more zealots on the way. Geralt's getting ready for a surround. Trying to come in from behind, but we have reinforcements on the way as well. And Vindicta, can he force the ace match? He's so close. I think he can. Tanks, they take down the Zealots. Stalkers, there's barely any of them left. We're down to 4 Stalkers. The third base has been broken. But there's another Colossus. Uh-oh. Is a second Colossus. Charge not yet done. Tank volley going up. Colossus within range of the shield battery. Tanks are being cleaned up. Geralt, he bought enough time. He saves the third base. He gets the Colossus out. GG gets called, and Geralt, he survives. And will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. It was close, Pop. It was close. Vindicta, he barely didn't break through in time. He was on a timer. He had won the first fight, that is true, but he had to get into the natural. He had to get on top of the production and shut down that second Colossus. Alas, did pop out in time. Had a shield battery behind it. And in the end, Geralt, even though he lost a lot in the process, I mean, Vindicta lost even more. As he did pull the boys. GG, well played. Geralt will take the series, and that means we have our semifinals ready. We have our semis, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. I will just scroll over a little bit here. There we go. Actually, I could do this. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. We have Beyond. Beyond just took down Epic 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. So we have our first finalist of the tournament, and we have our lower semifinals. Estrella took down Nikic, Geralt took down Vindicta, and we have Geralt versus Estrella in a PvP. We have our PvP ahead of us, leading into Beyond, of course. So 2 series left, semis into the grand finals. 2 series remaining. And this could go either way. I mean, Beyond is still the heavy favorite to take the entirety of the tournament. And we'll see who can face off against him. Which Protoss player? The Polish Protoss or the American Protoss? Here we go. Vetoes are currently underway. We're setting up for that PvP. Catching up. We are setting up for it. And yeah, this PvP, who do I favor here in a PvP matchup? I haven't casted Estrella's PvP in a long time, actually. I think the last time I casted him was maybe against Trigger in the qualifiers for EWC, which was like a month ago, 2 months ago. It's been a while. It's been a while, so I'm happy to experience him once again. I know he can also be very unorthodox in PvP. We'll see if Geralt can keep up. We'll see if he can keep up. I likewise shout out to all the other language casters as well. I believe being covered by Steadfast, Pig, Enki, Rocklets as well. English casters, Spanish casters, and Brazilian casters as well. Much love, much love. Even Mapu. Mapu's also casting. Does cast whenever he can. I think in German. I think he does cast in German. Not 100% certain on that. Here we go. We are going to be loading in. The vetoes are done. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our finalists. Who you think will be our second finalist of the night. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. We have our PvP ahead of us. And is anyone crazy enough to go for the low ground expand? No. It's going to be a 2-gate setup here on the high ground for Estrella. I'll imagine the same for... Sorry, for Estrella, I imagine the same for Geralt as well. No one is opting to go for the Max Packs opener. Not here, at least not in Game 1. Not yet. Not yet. As our players are moving out with their probe scouts, probe into the main for Geralt. Likewise, we have our worker for Estrella as well. Both players looking for their respective opponent's second pylon to make sure that there is no proxy. As we can see, there is none. There is no second worker out on the map. There's no fake or real proxy pylon being placed. Everything is above board. It's all by the book, Pat. You see Geralt's trying a little bit harder there to focus on the probe. But the pylon is revealed. Likewise, so is the pylon of Estrella. So everyone can breathe easy. Can breathe easy, can calm things down. It's going to be double Stalker from Estrella, double Stalker from Geralt. Some more aggressive openers here. A standard opener would be Stalker Sentry to get some scouting information to be more defensive back at home. Instead, double Stalker tells us that both players want to be active on the map. They want to move out. They want to fight for map control. Ooh, and Estrella will delay his expansion, going for the Twilight Council. Twilight Council is on the way and going for a faster blink. Meanwhile, Geralt's going for the faster expand. Going double Stalker into double Adept. Geralt not going for any other tech structure. Meanwhile, Estrella cutting corners. Going double Stalker into a singular Sentry. Not going for the fourth unit. And Estrella, he's looking for that expansion. Will delay. Pylon gets placed. Nicely done. And we'll also get eyes on the next set of units. Or ideally does. As the adepts are revealed. Oof. Probe goes down. Blink is on the way. Geralt's stuck on one base. He has the money to expand. And he does throw down the Twilight Council. And there's an Nexus. So because of the shenanigans in the early game, basically Geralt's... Ooh. Dark Shrine? I was going to say Geralt did want to go for a faster expansion, but was heavily delayed because that Twilight Council was also delayed as well. There's going to be a big window where Estrella has Blink and Geralt does not, but this proxy pylon tells us that this Twilight Council could be for Blink, yes, but also for something else. For a proxy. For a Dark Shrine. Show us the Invisible Man! Show us, Papi! We're almost there. There we go. There it is. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. And Geralt being quite cheeky here. If Estrella has no detection, if he has no Robo, no Forge, no Stargates, no Oracles, no Observer, the game just ends. The game can and will just end with one Invisible Man. It happens from time to time in PvP. We've seen it happen to Hero, we've seen it happen to Max Packs, where because of their respective openers, there just is no detection, and they just GG. They just GG out. So it is a very cheeky maneuver here by Geralt, very high risk, high reward. Robo is on the way, but it's on the low ground. If the Robo gets focused down, if it gets depowered, then that could also be game as well. Before the Observer. But thankfully, Estrella has access to detection with that Robo. Stalkers are applying pressure. Dark Shrine is still not done. I think Estrella should be okay. I think by the time the first DT warps in and waddles across the map, we should have an Observer. Estrella at the same time does poke in, goes to the Sentry, does snipe it, nice pickoff, Sentry goes down. DTs are warping in, but again, it's too late. It's too late, the Robo has completed. And the game should not just end. Assuming we go for the Observer. Assuming, there we go. Okay, we're good. Estrella blinking into the main. Catch some workers. Now these DTs, even though there will be detection, there's nothing at home. So they can still get damage done. Probes will still go down. Estrella forced to recall. Gets 7 probes across the map. Recalls to the natural. Observer's in position and the DT is deflected, is denied. One Dark Templar waddles into the main. One probe kill so far. But Geralt is being pulled apart. There's so much economic damage. DTs get 4 probes across the map. That was 10 workers falling for Geralt. Geralt will punish this though. Get some of the Stalker. Oh, getting up to 8 probe kills. Not bad. 8 workers go down. As the dust settles, the worker count is even, and Geralt even hunts down another sentry. Even does get a sentry, both players expanding, and as the dust settles, we have pretty comparable economies. 41 probes versus 42. Third base slightly faster for Geralt, but only by a couple of seconds. It's not too far behind for Estrella. When it comes to the main armies, though, Estrella does have Immortals, thanks to the Robo, of course. Immortal production has begun. Another Observer's on the way. Estrella's main army looking a little bit more robust. On the flip side, though, Geralt will have the faster Forge and the faster +1. +1 is on the way. There's going to be a big window where Geralt can have +1 over his opponent, and even +2 as well. So there is a bit of a give and take going on here. Adepts shade into the third. They get a probe. Estrella does react in time, does pull away. Not losing too much. Estrella almost getting punished. Alas, punishes Geralt instead, trading 1 for 1. 1 for 2. Estrella losing 2 Stalkers. Scouts the main. Confirms the tech. Confirms the production. And charge is now on the way. And Estrella responds with a faster 4th. Okay, going for the faster expansion. Risky move here by Estrella. Still building up. Now is up to 2 Immortals. Spots the main army. Does spot the main army. Does keep up. Forcing back Geralt. Geralt getting his own 4th. It is far later than that of Estrella's. And the game will calm down. After a bit of an intense start to the game with, the risk of Dark Templar, we can calm things down. We're all expanding. We're all building up towards the mid-game. +2 is on the way for Geralt. Again, there's going to be that window where he has +2 over his opponent. There's that +2 timing. And I believe Estrella, yeah, he has avoided charge. Charge is almost done for one Protoss, but nowhere near for the other. As Estrella is skipping it, going Mass Blink Stalker Immortal instead, which I'm a little bit concerned by. The power of Zealots in this kind of matchup, in this dynamic, is Zealots, they do an amazing job at tanking Stalker and Immortal shots as well. They do a great job at just buffering and being a supportive unit. And how do you deal with Mass Zealot? Either Zealots of your own or Archons. And Estrella has none. Has a lot of micro ability here, a lot of maneuverability with his army. Has a lot of potential with all the Blink Stalkers, true. As Geralt pulls away. Gonna be reinforcing. Geralt's up to 21 Zealots. That's a lot of Zealots. But pushing into an overcharge is not something the Geralt wants to really embrace. Doesn't want to push into this. That's a lot of shield batteries on the way. Geralt, he's committing. Force wheels are thrown down. They move into my surface area from the Zealots. Zealots, they try to crash in, but the choke point is brutal. Shield battery is depowered. Immortals are going down. But Geralt, he's running out of Zealots. And he has to back up. He commits once again. He wants it. Shield batteries are done. Shield batteries have completed. Geralt's still reinforcing with more Zealots. Still trying to break through. But again, the choke point is brutal. The shield batteries are insane. I mean, 2 of them are depowered. But as the Zealot count gets thinned out, Estrella, he can just dive on this army. Geralt is being outscaled. Does get 7 probes, but Estrella still has the worker lead. Geralt pushing in, still has the upgrade lead as well. But the Stalker count heavily in favor of Estrella. Again, that was not the fight to go for. Ideally, with Mass Zealot, you want to fight out on the map or on your side of the map, like on your own terms. Not with this kind of defender's advantage. And Geralt, he plummets in supply. Now getting into Blink for his DTs. That's a little bit desperate. A bit of a desperation move here, a Hail Mary play. Going for Blink DTs. Geralt also going for a Robotic Spay at the same time. This is solid. He's working towards Disruptors. But but he still needs time. He needs time for the Bay and for Disruptor production. Until then, Astray with purely Blink Stalkers moving out. He's moving out. Geralt trying to stabilize. And if Geralt can buy a little bit more time, then he can embrace his own Disruptors. Astray now finishing up. Oh, actually, I was going to say finishing up Charge. These are still slow lots. Charge is still on the way. Astray now falling back on that. +3 actually heavily in favor of Estrella. Getting into those upgrades. To 3-2. Geralt's still sharking around. There we go, warping in 6 Dark Temple at a time. They have Blink. They have potential. Their goal here would be to focus on both cannons. If they can focus both cannons down, then they can get the mineral line. But with a shield battery and with an overcharge, I'm not so sure. Wicked, they're going for the pylon! Oh my god, a bit of an unhost pylon. Everything gets depowered. There's still one more cannon though. Estrella does turn back around. We'll find the DTs. They do blink away. Yeah, they blink into the main armies. Not the best trade for Geralt. But Disruptor production has begun. A Colossus? Okay. Going Colossus first, then into Disruptors. I mean, that is a way to do with Zealots. It's like an alternate Archon. Does do quite a lot to a gateway-based army. Astray at the same time going for a counterattack. Hits the natural. No, gets a Disruptor! Disruptor goes down, gets into the mineral line. At the same time, mass DT harass, but there are 3 cannons ready. Astray, he holds back at home and he cripples the economy. Taking down 18 workers and the Dark Templar. He had detection, he was ready for it. And Geralt, he's racing back home. But all the production is going to be depowered. The Disruptors are denied. And the main armies, they're going to be clashing as well. And Astray, he can afford these trades. Geralt cannot. Astray with his own Disruptor. Here we go, though. Unix with the Immortal. More Stalkers going down. Astray, he just makes sure he just can't be the Robos. Make sure they do not get repowered. DT's out. Getting some damage. They bust into the main. Dark Templar going to be cleaned up. Estrella still hasn't been dealt with. Still in the natural. Yeah, it's Estrella's natural now. That was a kill on the Nexus. Gets all the Zealots. Yeah, Geralt, he just cannot keep up. The Colossus goes down. With a massive connection with the Novas. And Estrella, he's broken through. GG gets called. Estrella takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Very impressive game here from Estrella, keeping up with the Dark Templar harass, keeping up with the main push as well. The moment that everything swung in favor of Estrella was that first fight with Geralt with those mass zealots pushing into the 4th base into, what was it, like 5 shield batteries? It was 3 shield batteries on the high ground and like 2, soon to be 3 on the low ground as well. Low ground shield batteries were depowered, but still was just a brutal position. It was the fight that Estrella wanted. And despite the mass zealots, Geralt, he never really got the surround he was hoping for. Never got the surround, never got the surface area. GG. GG, well played. Estrella takes the lead, but we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. We're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. There we go. As we are setting up our lobby, just trying to get the players in the player slots. It's all good. And the game tool is going to be on Golden Aura. Loading into Golden Aura, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. Leading the series 1-0, it is Estrella. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Go. Okay, the pressure is now on Geralt to bring it back, to bring us to the ace match. I don't believe he can. We'll see what kind of direction our players take us in this time. As a reminder, last game was pretty passive in the early to mid game, right? Like we had some slow starts, getting to our natural, getting to our third base. We'll see if our players spice things up earlier on. Shall see. As once again, 2-gate opener out of Geralt, 2-gate opener out of Estrella. Geralt is actually moving out towards the right-hand side of the map. This looks like the position for a proxy Stargate. Okay. Geralt is mixing it up. Setting up for the pylon. Again, it's pretty close by air, so a proxy Stargate would make the most sense, or it could just be a fake proxy pylon. But the probe is sticking around for good reason to throw down the tech. Now, if it is a proxy Stargate, it is not an all-in. It is a way to get ahead economically. It's a way to rush into an Oracle, to get into the mineral line, to kill some workers, and to take a lead. Assuming it's a Stargate. Up. 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 There it is. Stargate has been thrown down. Back at home, Estrella opening up Twilight Council. Opening up Blinkstalkers once again for a second game in a row. And Estrella moving out with his own worker. Estrella didn't go for an earlier worker scout, so Estrella doesn't know that there is a proxy. He doesn't know that the pylon is missing. Estrella is in the dark. Because of this, he should be playing safe. Even setting up his own pylon location as well. Okay. Oh my god, going for a Dark Shrine! He's crazy! Ooh, who do I favor? I think I do favor Geralt. Okay, so I assumed it was Blink, but no, it's going to be a Dark Shrine opener here for Estrella with a proxy pylon to warp in across the map. The downside, the Oracle. The Oracle is going to be diving into the main and we'll see everything. Won't just see everything. Oracles have Revelation. They are a way to deal with DTs. So this is just an unfortunate dynamic here for Estrella, where both players are being aggressive in their own way, and I mean, again, Geralt, he should be able to see everything and deny everything. The pylon is done to warp in DTs. We have some Stalkers to work with to protect the mineral line at least, and here comes the Oracle, right into the main. Right into the main base. And the Oracle sees all, will wreak havoc, probes are going down, scouts the Dark Shrine. Second Oracle's on the way, it's going to be 5 probe kills. Across the map, Adepts, they get in! Uh-oh. Adepts, they somehow slip into the main. Probes are going down. Geralt distracted. Oh, this should not have happened. This should not have happened. 2 Adepts do an equal amount of damage compared to the Oracle. 5 probe kills, 6 probe kills. Geralt does have an expansion. Estrella does not. DTs are waddling in. Well, they're morphing in. But again, that second Oracle should be racing back home. Estrella, he thinks better of just going into the main. Oracle does turn around. And Estrella expands. Blink is on the way. Okay, so Estrella, he knows he got scattered. So he doesn't move in with the DTs. Because he knows that Geralt is a good enough player to be ready for it. We have Stalkers in position, on hold position on the ramp. We have Oracles racing back home as well. So Estrella, he knows not to try. He saves the Dark Templar. He can save them for a later date. This time with Blink instead. So very, I guess, like, fluid play here from Estrella. Does kind of adjust his build, adjust his approach. More DTs warping in. Geralt taking a defensive stance back at home. Safety shield battery. Probing up. Now, what I will say, because of the threat of the Dark Templar, both oracles staying at home is actually a bit of a win for Estrella. Typically, with this proxy, you want your 2 oracles to one-shot probes. They can one-shot workers, they can wreak havoc in mineral lines, but instead of harassing, instead of being aggressive, they have to be at home instead. And we'll scout the pylon. Please get eyes on the pylon. Robo is done. Observer can be on the way. And Estrella getting to charge. Okay, almost another way to get into charge of the Archon as well. DTs are amassing. They're moving forward. And Estrella, can he get on top of that one Immortal? That's the question. Charge is done. More Zealots on the way. Very committed. Estrella has no economy. He has no saturation, barely any saturation at the natural. He's going in. He's going for the kill, going for the shield battery. Shield battery gets targeted. Going for the Immortal as well. The Immortal is exposed, but is kiting well here against the Dark Templar. The Immortal's going to go down. Massive pickoff. The Immortal falls as well, down to 3 Stalkers at the same time. The main army pushing in Estrella. Has he done it? He's breaking through. No Immortals, no shield battery, no overcharge. Adept goes down to 2 Stalkers and Estrella. He has broken the back here of Geralt. These Oracles, they race back home, but they're going to be targeted down as well by the Stalkers. A bit of a misclick on the Nexus. The Oracle will survive, but oh, he forgot Warp Gate. I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, there is no there is no Warp Gate. GG gets called, no reinforcements. A rough time to forget Warp Gate, and Estrella will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, no reinforcements, no extra gateway units to work with. Feels bad, man. Geralt, I mean, it's quite late in Poland, I believe. Let's see. Poland time. It is 5:20 a.m. in the morning. 5:23 a.m. And Geralt, he's up at 5 a.m. competing in his tournaments. You know, the fatigue it gets to you. GG, well played. Much love to Geralt for competing tonight. Much love to all the European players. This event is not at a European-friendly time slot or time zone, so much love. Much love here to all those that did compete from the European region. Alas, in the end, Estrella will take the series, and Estrella will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Geralt, he's a proper degen, but we love him. GG, well played. Estrella will advance on, and we have our grand finals. We have our TVP between Bjorn and Estrella. Let's go. Let us go. As I do need to remember to set up the players. Set up the players, set up the matches. Beautiful. Here we go. We have our 2 remaining players here. Vetoes are underway as we speak. Looks like our players are asking for a moment to get things ready. Completely understandable. Are asking for a moment here. And with that, we're going to be going on a break ourselves. We're going to be going on a short break. Before that, though, if you want to help support the event, I believe there is a Matcherino! Exclamation mark. Hold on. Matcherino in the chat. There we go. There's a Matcherino page in the chat, so you can have a look at and help support the event via Matcherino. You can do so. Help contribute to the prize pool, and of course use those codes as well to boost the prize pool if you wish. See in the chat, how does the American Player Show match event work? That is a good question. Let me just double check here when it comes to the details of that. Also, a shout out to Bob Myoja in the chat. Annyeong haseyo, baby. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. I know you were covering, you were competing, playing in the event, and casting as well. Hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Ursasaurus Cup. Sorry, the Ursasaurus Cup number 2. But I was just going to go over the details of the show match. Additional prizes will be awarded to the highest ranking non-finalist America's player. It will be determined with a separate best of 5 show match. Scheduling to be determined. So I'm not actually certain. I know that originally they planned to have a show match after the finals for the top NA player, but they weren't able to do that last week. I don't think last week they were able to determine, just because everyone left, right? So there was no show match. So because of that, they might host a separate event. I'm not so sure. Do we have... I'll ask. We'll ask in the chat. Does that make me eligible? Let's see here. When it comes to non-finalist NA player, that's gonna be Epic and... yeah, Epic and Inexorable. No, actually, it'll be Epic and either Inexorable or Vindicta. So I don't know how... I don't know how they will determine that. I don't know if they're gonna do like a coin flip or something. But yeah, that's a good question. That's a question I cannot answer. I don't know. But here we go. We're getting into this and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court of the grand finals of the Ursasaurus Cup number 2. The second time, the second week here of this event, of more to come. We have... oh, what? We have the South Korean Terran... wait, is he not casting? Is he laddering? Wait, what? Este steadfast. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will this go the way of Vindicta, sorry, of Beyond or Estrella? As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 grand finals, not a best of 3. And I'm hoping for a full series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. That'd be poggers. Would be poggers. But yeah, get in touch with Dave or Stegosaurus or Ursas. Ursa TV. I do recommend reaching out to them in their Discord server. There is a Ursasaurus Cup Discord server where I'm sure they will have answers, and I want answers as well because I don't know. Do we have another show match after the finals? Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. For now, though, do have our double gas opener. Double gas by Beyond going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Estrella going for a gate cyber expand. Everything looking normal so far. Everything looking as it should. So far, so good. As you see Estrella trying to hide that probe, and Beyond will miss it. Oh no, he finds it. He finds the probe. The probe is going to be shut down. Ideally, you want to save this probe, you want to hide it, and then go in for a follow-up scout to confirm the expansion, to confirm, you know, the add-ons or the lack of add-ons. Alas, Beyond does find it. Ooh, does walk past the Adept. And back at home, we do have a Twilight Council opener for Estrella. We have our take of choice. It's going to be the Twilight Council. Estrella moving out. Does delay the expansion, snipes the SCV, but the Adept should be chased down as Reaper Hellion is moving out. Behind this, just going to be initially 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion, getting into Woodmine, getting into a Medevac, getting into drop play. Oh, but Estrella will catch the Hellion, not bad. Hellion barely pulls away, Reapers into the main, Adepts shade back up in time, Estrella's in position, and Estrella will deflect. Ooh, even sniping that Reaper. Nice pick off. Astray is keeping up with the movement of Beyond so far, denying the scout, but the Reaper slips in, and Astray, he does miss the Reaper. Reaper going for the probes, and more importantly, getting a full scout. Trying to at least. Ooh, gets one probe, and confirms the Twilight Council. So very important scout by Beyond is aware of the blink-based opener. We have 2 gateways on the way. So far, 2 gate blink, and we'll see if Astray throws down any extra gateways. See if he commits a little bit harder. Bet on Australia just to equalize. I have faith, baby. I have faith in Australia, in Max Angel. I want to believe. We've seen him beat Beyond before, but to be fair, that was a best of 3. We have seen Australia defeat Beyond in shorter series. In a longer one, I don't know if that's happened before. Could be the first. Could be as Widowmine drop moves out towards the natural. Australia does keep up. Hiding back against the Hellion. Hellion does fall. And the Widowmines are denied. Hoping to catch any stray units. Australia, has he spotted them?
No more minerals.
Oh my god. And now he has. Now he knows. Behind this, Beyond is building up into an early tank count. Tanks are amassing. Raven as well. And meanwhile, we have confirmation that Astray is playing pretty safely. How many gateways? Just 2. It's going to be 2 gate blink, but he's going for the bay. He's going for his gases before the 3rd base. So he will delay his 3rd in favor of Colossus production. So again, just playing things out safely. Colossus should be out in time for the first move out. Going for a safety Immortal first as well. And now we have the expansion. Again, far later than normal for Australia. We'll get eyes on the natural. Threads a shade. Does commit! Trying to force friendly fire. Is it worth it? He gets 1 SCV, gets a mule as well. Not much else. Good reaction at Beyond. He pulls away. Takes down a Stalker. And Beyond not losing too much there. Just 1 SCV and 1 mule. Solid defense by Beyond. Behind this, throwing down his 3rd Rax. Getting into his 3-1-1. Colossus production has begun, as you did mention. Beyond moving out with that Widowmine drop. It's still active, still out there. Still trying to find some damage. I played Terran though when I used to play. It's okay, it's okay. We play Terran vicariously through Beyond. It's all good. There's that 3rd CC again. Beyond's not going for an all-in. 3rd CC is now in production. And that mine drop is poised to go into the main. Astray saturating his own 3rd. Getting into his 2nd Colossus. Widowmine drop is dipping in. At the same time, Beyond tries to distract. But Astray does realize. Does react in time. Oh. Mine drop goes off. Ooh, Astray bleeding out Stalkers. Widowmine here towards the natural. Oh no! No reaction! Oh, no reaction, and does pull away in the last second. That was almost disastrous. Astray, calm down. Does react just in time and losing 1 worker. Very nice defense. Astray holds, but he did bleed out some Stalkers. Across the map, that was, 3 Stalkers going down. Here comes the move out. Bearing in mind, again, there is still a 3rd base behind this, but this is still a lot to work with. Marines, Marauders, 3 tanks as well. Astray ideally wants to meet this army in the center of the map. Astray getting in position. Bans out his Zealots. Mine drop into the natural. Oh my god. Takes out still not quite. Nice blinks here. Astray does avoid the mine shots. Losing 1 probe. Beyond setting up a drop. Going for the 3rd base. The pylon and Will Scout will confirm. Astray is aware. Has yet to knock down the Rooks. Pylon will fall. And Beyond backs off. Beyond, he respects the position. He's fully aware that Beyond was able to keep up with his movement. And they both bounce off each other. Beyond is deflected. A Dark Shrine on the way. Cheeky move here by Astray. See if we can make use of it. Astray taking a 4th as well. Getting a much faster 4th base. Estrella still only on 2 Colossus. Still has yet to embrace Disruptor production. Not yet. As Estrella moves out, Beyond building up a very heavy Marauder army. That's a lot of Marauders. And Estrella cannot push in. Mine shots going up, catching some Zealots. Catching reinforcements. Beyond looking quite secure. Estrella pulling back. Going for a DT drop into the main. The main base is looking a bit exposed. And there is a scan. There is going to be 1 scan available from the 3rd CC. DTs are waddling in. 1 towards each base. There's a first scan. DT does get into the middle line. SCVs are going down. 2nd scan in the main. Beyond will defend, but that's still 11 workers going down. Yeah, here in the natural. Damage is being done. Another scan. DT still out of range. Getting up to 17 SCVs. Oh my god. The DTs, they keep going. They don't stop. 23 workers going down. At the same time, the main army is going to be deflected. Beyond going for a jump into the main. But that's still critical damage. That's still 28 workers falling. Estrella pulls back. He recalls back home. Only losing 11 workers. And there's still DTs wreaking havoc. They're still in the main base. Another scan. Prism finally backs off, but again, that is critical damage. 30 SCV kills. That is insane. Estrella takes the worker lead. Has a 4th base, of course. Building up his main army. But again, that drop is keeping him distracted. Is keeping him pinned back at home. And Beyond, even though he lost a lot of workers, he has the army. If you look at the supplies here, Beyond does have the larger army supply with Mass Marine Marauder. It's one of those things where Beyond's economy has been crippled, that is true, but his main army is still terrifying. And he's moving out with EMPs. Beyond can still end the game. Medevac is shut down. Nice pickoff. Estrella can now focus on the main fight. Speaking of, Beyond pushing towards the left-hand side. It's going to be how much? That's going to be 2 tanks, 2 ghosts, 17 Marauders. And without Storm or Disruptors, I mean, there are 3 Colossus. Is that enough, though? Colossus are revealed. Big tank boys going up. No shield battery! No shot. No shield battery. No overcharge. The Colossus are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's going for the 3rd. The 3rd Colossus is going to fall as well. Just barely not. Barely saved. But Beyond, he wants it. He wants a Colossus. Stims on in. Estrella bleeding out a lot here in the defense. Happy get some shield batteries. Pylons are on the way. Beyond pulls back. Beyond is still in this, building up his worker count once again. Has a comparable economy now to Estrella, bearing in mind that Beyond has mules. Estrella likewise moving out. Has that 1 disruptor, still only on a single robo producing as well. That's concerning. I feel like we can afford a 2nd robo. But we're still in 4 gases. Beyond's army spotted. Nova attempts the zone. Beyond is still pushing in. Still no shield batteries, by the way. This is mainly a Zealot-based army. A couple of good EMPs and this army is going to melt. Here we go, we dive in. EMPs, some of them graze the Zealots. Not a bad fight for Estrella. Gets some nice swipes in. Takes out a lot of the bio. And Estrella does defend. Again, those are some panic EMPs from Beyond. I think 2 of them missed, 1 of them connected. And Estrella holds. Cool. Estrella does hold on. Still very tense, man. Estrella's still not taking extra gases. That's why he's so Zealot heavy. That's also why he has no 2nd robo. Taking another expansion. It is risky to play like this. Meanwhile, a shout out to Stegosaurus in the chat. Thank you so much for the gifted subs to the community. Thank you. Man. Gracias. Do appreciate the support. For the 5 gifted subs. And again, that's a lot of zealots. it's still just mass zealot. That's 32. 32 zealots for Australia. Now taking the Recharging Gas Geyser. With this, he can afford higher tech. Temple Archives on the way. That's going to be for Storm and Archons. Finally, some extra gas geysers, but Beyond has established a 4th base. Like, this is still very close. The base habit, horrible, lucidity, PJ, and Bowser. Oh. Don't understand why he doesn't have any shield batteries, because Astray, he likes to live life on the edge. He's great. He has shield batteries here at the center base, but not at the fringe bases. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. As Astray is fortifying himself. Archons have arrived. Beyond at the same time going for a Dune Drop, headed for the main. It's going to be 4 full medevacs. There is a recall available. There's a recall, there's the 1 cannon to buy a little bit of time as well. And Astray is going to have to recall as he is maxed out. He won't have the defensive warp in. The drop has arrived. Astray, he's racing back home. He's going to deny +2. Oh, sorry, +3 even. +3 is denied. Shields as well. The forges are falling. As Beyond he snipes both forges. Oh, it doesn't lose, or it does lose only 1 medevac. With barely anything inside. It's a very nice pickoff. Both armies are maxed. It's still going to be a close fight. Once again, Astray doesn't really have much in the main base to defend. Beyond pushing out. Disruptors are ready. The Novus! Is he looking? Massive connection! Yeah, strong start for Australia. Does get a massive Nova. The army gets caught out. Beyond fumbling the ball, losing everything. Oh my god! Bit of miscontrol there with the main army. Beyond losing 4 full medevacs full of units. And Astray, he has momentum. He's maxed out. He's pushing. Going for the planetary. Colossus is going to go down to the Vikings. But the Novas are popping off. The Ghosts get caught out. Massive connections. And Astray, he can push in. His army stuck in the back line. Does overextend. Base goes down, but he does lose his Colossus and Disruptors. Beyond attempting to punish. But Astray can remax. He's regrouping. More Colossus on the way. Astray has that supply lead. Going for a Zealot counterattack. Pushing in with his Stalkers. Taking down the Vikings. Zealots, they do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and once again, Astray going for that center expansion. Does force a lift. Astray being forced back. Now, bearing in mind, the Vikings just got sniped. The Viking was resetting, and GG gets called. I was about to say we can go back to Colossus, and Astray takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Astray able to capitalize on some of the mistakes there of Bjorn. Bjorn losing out on that massive Dune Drop that he had sent out across the map, lost everything. Likewise, took a massive Novas to the face, and everything just snowballed out of control very quickly in favor of Astray. GG. GG, well played. Again, one slip up, one mistake at the wrong moment can cost you the game. And with that, Astray is one step closer to claiming the series. Una más, papi, una más. But alas, that was still only game 1. Only game 1, and this is a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more matches to come. Still in this. Hard outplay by K1 Astray so far. Must be said. Let's go. I mean, Astray, he was able to keep up with the drop play for the most part, able to punish Bjorn. It did look a little bit like a bit of an F2 by Bjorn there, which is why the army was going through the center of the map, past the army of Astray. It seemed to be the case. It was a brutal moment for that. Was an unfortunate moment. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Let's go. In some parts of the world, Estrella, known as an angel. See, papi, see. And kind of. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. Estrella is star. Star in Spanish, at least. But here we go. Getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Protoss Pro. It is Estrella. En español, Angelito. Angelito. O Ángel. O angel. He is our star. So now we do have Bjorn, this time going for an economic opener, this time going for a Rax expand, a single gas here by Bjorn. Oh! The probe does get surrounded, barely gets away. Onomasto, one more shot, it will go down. The SCV! Oh! Oh! Oh, he's waiting it out! Estrella! He was dancing with the probe. He was like, come at me! Estrella, calm down! Oh my god. The worker will get away. Again, Estrella, who was trying to bait out the SCV that was building the racks. He wanted it back. Jesus. And back at home, Gate Cyber Expand. We're settling in. I think Gate Expand Cyber even. Calming things down. Bjorn going for Marine first. Bearing in mind that Bjorn is not going for an SCV Scout. So no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout either. Bjorn is playing blind. And we'll see if Bjorn can get away with it. Again, because how large Golden Aura is, often we do see Bjorn just skipping out on scouting. Getting to his Marine. Going for the factory follow-up. He's taking his gases. No crazy 3 racks or 3cc 3 racks. Nothing like that. In some parts of the world, Estrella is a glass tray used to discard cigarette butts. We need to ask Estrella, which one is he? Is he the star, the angel, or the cigarette dispenser? I'm sure he's had an interview about it, right? I'm sure. After all these years. It's got to be on like Wikipedia or something, right? Has to be. Trivia. It's not in his trivia? Come on. What? Wikipedia, what's going on? Origin of his name, not in his trivia. I'm shaking my head. Behind this, Estrella going for a Twilight Council, getting into Blink. This time, Blink-based opener, no crazy Dark Shrine, not yet. Not yet. Spin is taking his third, so just 2-gate Blink into a third base. My apologies, as extra gateways are on the way. So getting into 3 gateways, just very safe here. We'll have extra warp-ins. Doesn't have them yet, though. Bjorn is pushing in. He wants that sentry. Sentry does stay within range. Nice snipe. Sentry goes down. Massive pickup. Shield battery will finish up in time. And is it going to be enough, though? Shield battery is being targeted down. The Marine count's still quite high. Do you have another warp in? Bjorn still rallying across the map with everything he has. More Marines, more Cyclones. Bjorn trying to break Estrella here and now. Building it behind it, getting to tanks and even Liberators. And there is no shield battery. Hasn't been replaced. Bjorn rotating over. Gets eyes on the third. Extra warp-ins, extra stalkers. Bjorn does back off for a moment. Does pull away. Liberator going for harass. Tank joining up with the main army. Okay, Bjorn is going back home. He's calming down. Racing back home. Australia has held. But Australia doesn't have much in the main. We'll have to reactively warp in and pull away. As Liberator is about to arrive. Liberator is set up. Tank is sieged. Australia won't find much damage here. Gets a Marine. Does get a Marine. Australia does have some Stalkers in the main base. Has 3 Stalkers poised and ready for that Lib. And this time Australia takes extra gases. As a reminder, he stayed on 4 gases for so long last game. Sticking with a mass Zealot composition. Now extra gases. Temple Archives is done. Should be rushing into Storm. Well, that does happen. Bjorn is moving out. Charge on the way. Ooh, Stalkers are going down. And this does force a big reaction here out of Australia. Setting up the third base, and Liberator can go into the main. Oh, sorry, the Liberator was cleaned up already. Did go down. Oh, that's why the Stalkers were in the main base. Bjorn pulls away, and Australia has held. Saves the third, takes his gases. A Storm is now in production. Let's go. Bjorn has to retreat. Australia so far holding nicely. I mean, the army is quite low. The Stalkers are deep in the red, but survives nonetheless. Takes the fourth. Bjorn retreating, going for a double drop. Dropping towards the main. Australia not quite in position. The Stalkers, okay, they can blink over. Going for the Forge once again. Will deny +1. +1 is denied. Massive pickup. Okay, with the Stalkers. Bjorn will get away. Does leave a couple of Marines behind at the same time. Bjorn pushing towards a third. Storm is not ready. Yeah, Australia needs a little bit more time. Shield batteries are going down. The mines! Oh my god. It's almost disastrous. High Templar are very exposed. Tanks are sieged. Australia trying to come in from behind, but he's out of position once again. Workers are going down. Storm is now done, but the target firing. Ooh, gets one High Templar. Just while the other 4 do survive. Ooh, Medevac's targeted down. 4th base goes down. That was a cancel on the 4th. Bjorn just all over Australia, pulling him apart. Australia's barely keeping up. But he holds. he's okay. He's okay. Again, I'm shocked that the High Templar survived. They were so exposed, so vulnerable. Drop in the main, 7 probe kills. Ay. 7 workers go down. Bearing in mind as well, there is no third. There is no third CC. Bjorn is 2 base all in. That's why he's been so aggressive and so in the face of Australia. It's all or nothing for Bjorn. Just rallying everything across the map. Now he's got a third base on the way, about to throw one down, but again, it's heavily delayed. So it's now begun. I mean, Bjorn has a lot to work with. A lot of Marauders. Widowmines as well. Likewise, there's a lot of Storms. 9 High Templar. 9 Storms. Australia, he's crazy. Takes down a Medevac. Bjorn rotating over towards the third base. Not much in position for Australia once again. Australia, he has no vision. The army is spotted. High Templar goes down. Nice snipe. He gets one. Widowmines are set up. Another High Templar falls. The base as well. The mine shot! Oh my god. Mine shots are popping off. A lot of High Templar falling. Another one goes down. Expensive losses for Australia, and this may just be too much. Storms are coming in, but there's only Storms left. And Bjorn has done it. He breaks through the main army. Takes down 24 probes. The expansion and the Stalkers. Oof. And even though Australia defends, he lost so much in the process. Bjorn's third base may have been heavily delayed, but, I mean, he's keeping up in the economy. Has done enough damage. Australia, he was so close to having such a massive lead. So close. Now he's moving out. Beyond still has the army advantage. Again, Astrea's lack of map presence and map vision has been killing him this game. Time and time again, Beyond just catching Astrea off guard at the third. Astrea just never quite where he needs to be. Beyond now getting fully saturated. Ghost production has begun. Moving out. There are some storms. The main army is spotted. Astrea rotates over. Ooh, massive EMP! Oh, oh! Doesn't quite catch all the High Templar though. Ghost goes down. I speak of, it's going to be 7 High Templar for Astrea. Zealous get eyes on the third. Ooh. Decent feedbacks. They delay the drop. But Beyond is still pushing in. Oh! Medivacs are targeted down, but they will unload. They need to unload in time. It's just becoming too much. Beyond once again pushing right into the third base. Decent storms, but where's the support? GG gets called, Astrea gets pulled apart, and Beyond will tab the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Astrea initially was defending quite well, but eventually he was broken. Eventually the pressure was just too much there. Beyond catching him out of position one too many times. And GG. GG, well played. We have a series. We have it back and forth. We're going to game 3. Going all the way to game 3. Here we go. As game 3 is going to be on post-youth. Interesting. We don't often see many TVPs on this map. It is more often vetoed. So I'm curious. I'm curious how both Astrea and Beyond will approach one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. As you can be quite greedy. Do you have a free natural base in your main? So we can see a lot of corners being cut. We haven't seen too much greed out of Beyond so far in this series. He is quite fond of his 3cc3 racks. Here we'll see what he does bring to the table this time. Is spawning in the top right-hand corner of post-youth. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Astrea. We go. Alright, settling in. Again, we were casting Beyond last night against Max Packs. Beyond was hyper greedy against Max Packs. It was insane. If you were here last night, you would know of the ninja bases in game 1 and in game 2. It was crazy. Beyond going for the cure build. But has not done it yet here against Astrea. But does have it, you know, up his sleeve. Can always whip it out if he ever needs to. For now, Beyond not going CC first. Going for a Rax Expand. Standard economic opener. Not being too greedy. Oh. Hello, second probe. What's going on? As Astrea sends a second worker out on the map. Interesting. With this second worker, he can set up for a proxy location. I'm curious where and if. Oh, he's mining through the minerals. He's mining through the mineral patch on the left-hand side. Beyond is not aware. Let's go. Yeah, the workers have arrived. 2 probes moving out. Minerals are going to be mined through. As here comes the third probe. 3 workers will mine through that wall. Up. Oh, never mind. Needs another. Wait. What? There we go. 4th probe. Oh, the rechecks! No! Oh, Beyond! Yeah, he does check. He does confirm. But the wall will open up. Probe goes down. Beyond is aware. Pylon gets thrown down. And, I mean, the jig is up. Astrea, though, he's still sending out that worker. Still setting up for a proxy gateway. Bjorn is already walling up. There we go. Bunkers on the way. If this one unscattered, this could have been insane. But Bjorn did check. The Zealot has arrived. We'll slip in. Again, boys are being pulled. Marine is in position. Oh! Marine taking a lot of damage. Oh boy! One of us! One more! Can he get it? He can! Marine goes down, but now we have a second and a third Marine. And Bjorn holds. He's going to be able to deflect the initial Zealot. Bunker is now done. Extra gateways on the way. It's going to be a 1-base all-in for Estrella. He's going for a 1-base, 4 gates. And nothing but Stalkers, nothing but gateway units. Let's go. Bjorn is making a safety Cyclone. Is in the dark. Doesn't know how aggressive, how committed Estrella is going to be. Doesn't exactly know what's going on. The gateways are on the horizon. More Stalkers on the way. Bjorn is going for the tech cloud. That's going to be for tank production. Once the first tank arrives, I mean, I don't see how Estrella can break this position. No, with tanks. Oh, he's going to try though. It's all or nothing for Estrella. Probe goes down. Cyclone does escape. Estrella going for the depots. Stalker gets trapped. First Stalker goes down. Some expensive losses here. Second Stalker's going to fall as well. And a third Stalker gets a Cyclone, but those are some expensive losses. Down to 4. Down to 3. 3 Stalkers left, and the tank is about to arrive. The tank is on the way. Depot is soon to go down. The tank has made it. Can siege up. Even just targets out the Stalkers. Oof. GG gets called. Bjorn will hold, and Bjorn takes a 2-1 lead in the grand finals. GG. Ooh, get a very cheeky build by Estrella going for the 1-base all-in. I love the idea of sending out workers and mining through that mineral patch, but unfortunately Bjorn did check. Bjorn checked, which means it looks like Bjorn may have faced that before. Otherwise, no real reason to check that wall. Unless he's encountered that on the ladder or in tournament play before, and alas, Bjorn was safe, he was secure, threw down the bunker, defended very nicely, worked towards the tank. Once the tank arrived, that was game. That was game then and there. Like, there's no way to kind of break that without blink, without a way to bypass the wall and find another way up the ramp. Bjorn did defend beautifully, and now we're getting into game number 4. Settling into game 4. Can we get an ace match? Or does it all end here and now? Oh boy. I walked into Archie chat. Oh no, not like this. He was talking about disruptors, Babby. It's okay. He's talking about disruptors. What else would he be talking about? Stegosaurus. Shaking my head. As we are going to be settling in and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Of side Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Looks like someone is using an old Logos mod. Has been on Alpha X in a very long time, is representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. I guess clearly I'm just a real filthy deviant. Ah, true. You're an animal. You're a dinosaur. You're a Stegosaurus. Ay, ay, ay. Misconstruing such a noble and chaste message. Ah, you're corrupting the mind of the chat, Stegosaurus. Ah, no. They're so innocent. So naive. It's for settling it. We're calming things down. Economic opener here by Bjorn. Racks expand. This time, Estrella, he is not sending out any crazy workers and not setting up for an all-in. I don't expect for that to happen this time. We'll see. prices. Confirmed. Confirmed. Animals. As Estrella is expanding, likewise so is Bjorn. Again, economic opener out of our Terran. Estrella behind this, opening up Zealot first. Interesting. With this initial Zealot, he can move out across the map and delay the CC. He can disrupt the opener of Bjorn. And that's going to be the goal as the Zealot is moving out across the map. Zealot is moving out. With an Undead behind it, of course. Bjorn back at home. Racks into factory. There's no 3CC. There's no 3 racks. No hyper greed here out of Bjorn. Just standard so far. Oh, Stegosaurus, if you're still in the chat, Inexorable was asking earlier about the NA show match. Is there an update on what is happening with that? I know that there wasn't a show match held last week, and I don't know if the idea is being reworked, if it's being scrapped, if it's being done a different way. But Inexorable was curious about that bonus and what would happen there. Great question. You're like, I'll get back to you. You're like, I would also like to know. For now, Bjorn behind this, getting into his 1-on-1. So far, the CC has been delayed. I mean, a nice delay here from Estrella, taking down the SCV. But with the arrival of the Cyclone, Bjorn should be able to break out. Decent trades, though. Estrella busting into the main. Gets a full scout. Gets eyes on the 1-on-1. Gets eyes on the starport. But will be cleaned up. We decide not to make players grind another best of 5 at like 1 AM. Yeah. Current idea is that we will schedule all best of 5s another day if we can find something that works for all the players, as in back-to-back, a special sort of finale to the 4 weeks, basically. Yeah, makes sense. So basically, like just an event solely for those players, for those top NA players. An invitational, if you will, based on their performances over the season. Makes sense. There you go. I do recommend updating maybe the Wikipedia and the challenge with that in some way. Just to let them know. But sounds good. As we see Bjorn going for the drop into the main. Double Cyclone. Has initially deflected. Estrella not quite in position. Probes are going down. It's going to be 2 workers so far. Medevac is going to be targeted. Nice clean up here by Estrella, but he will lose another Stalker. Up! And the Sentry! Bjorn getting the most out of that drop that he could. 2 probes, Stalker, and Sentry. Behind this, building up towards Tank Banshee. We mentioned this all the time. Again, this has been quite trendy, quite meta as of late. Building up a hefty Tank and Banshee count to harass across the map. To commit to a move out. This can hit like a truck. And for the time being, Estrella is unaware as to what's going on. Did spot the initial opener and did deflect and shut down the initial drop. But if there is no detection, those Banshees can pop off. Stalker's poking in. Get eyes on the Ras Bio. There is no Robo, no Stargates. There is a Forge for cannons, I guess, but the Banshee is revealed. And the Banshee is making his way into the natural, and there is no detection. Cloak can be activated. And cannons are on the way. Oof. A rough response. 0 mining here at the natural base. The invisible Banshee. The invisible fighting unit. There's just no detection. No way to deal with this. Sentry's going to be targeted. Cannons are on the way. Estrella stuck on a 1 base economy. Nothing at the 3rd, nothing at the natural. And probes are still going down. Oof. Yeah, just a brutal start for Estrella. Banshee will fall, but there's more. There's a 2nd Banshee, and there's no cannon at the 3rd! No! There's no cannon! Cannon just out of the way. Bjorn going for the Sentry. Will hunt it down. This will distract the Banshee. Cannon production has begun. Oh, but Bjorn notices. Yeah, he does notice. We'll chase down the workers. We'll deny more mining time. More probes being hunted down. Astrea trying to find some counter damage, but there are tanks sieged up already in position. Bjorn is ready. And Astrea can finally get back to mining, but I mean, he should have been up in workers. He has a third base. Instead, he's even in economy, if not behind in economy, thanks to the mules. As mules have been thrown down. Bjorn does have that economic lead, reflected now in the army. As he's building up his tank counts, marines, marauders, third CCs on the way. And that one Banshee is still out there as well, even hitting the main! And denying more mining time. Threatening the bases, and here comes the move out. Here comes the main push for Bjorn. And Bjorn does have the army supply lead. Has a massive army, Stim is almost done. And Astrea, he's just trying to buy time. Trying to slow down the push, pick away at the marines, catch a tank, force a siege. Whatever he can for extra warp ins. As Astrea is in a pretty desperate position. Charge is done. Forces out the first Stim. Stim is forced. Bjorn pushing forward. Shield battery's not ready. No. Not ready, Pappy. No overcharge, no shield battery. Tanks, they are barely out of range of the Nexus. Bjorn being careful. That's a kill, not a cancel on the shield battery. Astrea coming in for a surround. Force some friendly fire. Not bad. And it will shut down the tanks. Tanks will be cleaned up. Very nice engage here from Astrea, but he will lose every single Stalker. Bjorn pulls back. He gets away. More importantly, though, Astrea, he saves the base. He saves the expansion. Protects his economy. Astrea holds. Whew, Astrea does hold. Behind this, bearing in mind, Bjorn was not all in. Third CC's on the way. Astrea going for a counterattack. Bjorn does have a lot of supply out on the map. Not at home. Astrea checking for the third. Oh, that's the Banshee wreaking havoc, getting 7 probe kills. And Astrea's out of position. Astrea, he's out on the map. He's not at home. And Bjorn is going for the third. We'll take down the cannon, going for the mineral line as well. Probes are going down, forcing a recall. That is 21 probe. Oh my god. The kills, they just rack up so quickly. 23 probes in like 5 seconds. And the Mammoth gun is pretty good. it's pretty good, Pappy. It's pretty good. I mean, the Banshee was wreaking havoc at the same time. The drops are being shut down, but I mean, the drops, they paid for it themselves. It was more than worth it for Bjorn. He still has a standing army. Third base not being taken. Bjorn has a massive worker lead plus mules. And Astrea is all in. At this point, Astrea is all in. He's setting up for a mass surround. He comes in from every single angle. Mine shots going off. Tries to look down the army, but Bjorn, he can just stim and win. He doesn't even have to kite. He can just stim on forward, shuts down the zealots, the stalkers as well, reinforcements on the way, and Bjorn has more than enough. It was a good effort here by Astrea, but GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Ursasaurus Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Bjorn as he is able to, in a way, avenge himself. For those that are curious, for those who were not here, last week Bjorn was also in the finals, but he was denied the championship. Instead, it was Bjorn versus Shin, and Shin was able to knock Bjorn down in the ace match. In Game 5, went all the way to Game 5, went all the way to the ace there. Shin was our first champion. Bjorn is our second champion. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Shin wasn't here to reprise his role. Shin wasn't here for a rematch for the finals. Instead, Astrea was able to step up and take his place, and there was a back and forth. You know, we did have a 4-game series, but alas, this final game was a little bit brutal here. Bjorn, unfortunately, catching Astrea with his pants down. Astrea had no detection, so the initial Banshee opener was successful, was very successful. Was just pulling Astrea apart, getting so much economic damage, sniping worker after worker, keeping him busy, denying mining time, and that set Bjorn up for success. The Banshees, they popped off. Did pop off. GG, well played. Congratulations, and a shout out to, of course, our main sponsors. A shout out to Ursa TV and to Stegosaurus as well. Together, what do you get? The Ursasaurus Cup with the Stegosaurus and the bear, the Ursa TV as well. So a big shout out to some very passionate fans or very passionate people in the chat, like Stegosaurus and Ursa TV. Without them, this event would not be possible. So much love, much support, and shout out and congratulations to Beyond this week. To Beyond. Congratulations. With that, we have wrapped up the weeklies. We've wrapped them up. We wrapped up the Wardy TV weekly, Tuna Cup, Turtle Cup, alongside the Ursasaurus Cup as well. Back to back to back. It's been a very intense couple of days here on the CranKy Ducklings, casting non-stop StarCraft. And finally, we can have a moment to get some food. To take a break. GG, well played. The Ursasaurus Cup comes to an end, and our next event on the channel is going to be in a couple of days. We do not have anything scheduled for tomorrow, not this week. Instead, we have the Pondcast on Thursday. If you're curious, what is the Pondcast? The Pondcast is our weekly roundup show. It can sometimes be difficult to keep up with all these tournaments, especially considering how many weeklies we have. For example, I can't even watch the KSR. The Kalaris Steadfast tournaments, because I'm asleep. I have to sleep during that time. So during the podcast, we sometimes have some topics to go over, but more importantly, we go over all the tournaments of the week, like the Wardy events, the Steadfast events, the CranKy Duckling events, the Bulgaria event last week we went over. Any other major tournaments, any other weekly tournaments, we just go over the results, we go over the matches, and catch up on the week of StarCraft. So if you're interested, every Thursday we have you covered with the podcast. If we ever have some scheduling conflicts, then we'll reschedule, we'll move it around, we'll let you know when the next podcast is. So if you're interested, we got you covered there on a weekly basis. Otherwise, tomorrow we shouldn't have any casting. I have reached out regarding some other tournaments. If some of the organizers get back to us, then we might be casting something. Otherwise, oh my god, let's go. Oh my god, I just noticed something, but you know what, a special shout out to Baby Links as well, a good friend of the channel, supporter as well. Recently got GM. Oh my god, just got GM like less than 20 minutes ago. Let's go. Let's go. Speaking of, I will also be hitting that ladder. I'm actually quite hungry. I haven't had breakfast. I woke up, I just jumped on the casting couch. I just woke up, jumped straight into casting. I'm gonna quickly go and get some food, and then I'm gonna go live here on, not on the CranKy Ducklings, gonna be live on my own personal channel. If you're curious, first, before I get ahead of myself, if you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, then you can follow us on all the social medias. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. If you do wish to follow us and watch VODs and check out some of the other content that we have, then you can follow us on any of those links. We do post whenever we go live. When it comes to my own personal ladder sessions and my own personal streams, I do not stream on this channel. This is solely for casting and maybe some like team content with like some team games and stuff like that. When it comes to like ladder sessions and other gameplay, I do stream on light_VIP instead. Light_VIP. I don't stream here, just to you know, distinguish the two and keep the high quality content here on this channel, and then the ladder degen gameplay somewhere else. So if you're interested, I'm going to be going live soon on my channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. If you're curious about the next Ursasaurus Cup next week, it is a weekly tournament. Currently, we are going to be organizing, I believe, four weeks of Ursasaurus Cup, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. This is a bit of a replacement tournament in the interim during the off-season. During the off-season of ESL Open Cups, of the ESL, of EBT even. So if it comes back, then of course, that'll be kind of the conclusion of these weeklies, or maybe they'll be rescheduling for another day. It's possible. If they want to keep these going, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the off season of EPT. Oh, there's Baby Links in the chat. Let's go. On my VIP's personal channel, you can talk about lights not wearing any pants freely. True. No matter what, we will make Monday's weekly StarCraft happen. Exactly. No matter what, the community, it steps up, man. It steps up. Steps up, steps in. We do it all, man. Do it all. So thank you for the support, Stegosaurus. Thank you. Do appreciate it. So. Here we go. Oh, but with that, yeah, we're gonna be going live on our channel. I do have to set up the title, un momento. And I'm gonna go quickly grab something to eat. Maybe boil some water, maybe make some instant ramen. Let's go, and I'll see you guys soon on the ladder. I'm ready to smooch all night long. Let's go. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, bye. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.